Good morning, my beautiful people. Good morning. Happy Friday, my friends. How is everybody doing? My legs are fucking tired, I'll tell you that much. My legs hurt. My hips hurt. And yes, I am wearing a sweatshirt because I have all the ACs running in my house. And it's a little cold in here, but it's so hot outside. I would probably freaking hit the deck as soon as I went out. I got a couple funny notions this morning. Ethel is just having more, tanties. She's the whole cult people have turned on her, and she's starting to realize that they never gave an actual fuck about her at all. She was used for what she was good for, and then when she was not good anymore, well, then you're not no use to them, Ethel. You're no use to them at that point, Ethel. Now there are a couple things happening. The wrongful death suit had some orders by the judge. The Charlie Kirk killer is in court right now, and the judge has given his interesting stuff on this. Hold on, guys, one second. Morning. Hey, what perfect timing, huh? Perfect timing, darling. Why is my phone, one of these days I need to get a new freaking phone. I'm in Massachusetts. I live here in the great state of where Turtle Boy resides. Sending all my love and juju your way, my friend. You know who you are. Okay. So, yeah, the Charlie Kirk murderer is currently has a little bit of a court hearing this morning, and the judge has a few things to say. It's pretty short and sweet, so I'll just play it real quick. Why the actual F is what is happening here? Come on, let's cooperate with me today, computer. I would really like, hold on, it's the wrong tab that I have opened. Please hold for the, oh, could be Illinois or Indiana, you're right. They've had a lot, we are having, we were supposed to have, it was supposed to rain all day yesterday, it did not. So I'm wondering if that played a part in some of that. Sassy, you losing power. Although I will tell you guys that Facebook Meta is down for everyone. It's been a problem since yesterday. I couldn't link my stream yesterday, my quick walk with my sister there. I could not link it yesterday to Facebook. It just simply would not let me do it. And then this morning, it signed me out of Facebook, along with my husband and other people, for no real reason whatsoever, just signed us out. And it won't let you sign back in. So I went and did some digging, and actually right now, Meta is down for a lot of people. Oh, tornadoes. Yeah, see, that's the one thing we don't deal with here, but my heart drops when someone tells me they live in those zones, because they're like, and I mean, a few years ago, I had a friend who was like constantly in her bathtub. Like those tornado things were sounding like constantly. And I'm like, how can anybody work and live with those things going off? What are you at work and they go off? You know what I mean? Like, how the kids are at school and they go off. Like, and they were going off like every day or every other day for a while there at the end of the summer. And I'm like, I can't even imagine. They're like giant sirens that just you can hear throughout everywhere. I would assume every state has something like that, although I've never seen something here like that because we don't deal with tornadoes, but I can't. You had a tornado, yeah. There were two? Oh, God. Well, I'm glad that you're okay, and I send all of my love, and I hope nothing was damaged. That would be horrible, right? Listen, I've had a house fire. I might not have had a tornado, but I've had a fire and lost everything, every freaking thing, and it was during COVID, so that was fun. That was absolutely so much fun. You know, because there was no like, nothing was running to help you, even if there was a short amount of like help that you could get. Nothing was operating for you to get that help. So it was a nightmare, and I am still recovering from all of that. You know, I already didn't own shit for clothes back then, but after losing all of that, I lost a ton of clothes. And so, of course, like you buy for the kids first, right? Like I probably have like, besides like tank tops or t-shirts, I don't really have anything dressy. I still have to figure out what I'm going to wear to this event in, you know, next weekend. And I have a pair of pants, a pair of black lightweight dress pants. I need to find a shirt. I don't own much besides like tank tops and t-shirts, which is not going to cut it. So I got to figure out something in that department. But I don't own a ton of stuff. You know, I'm a leggings and tank top girl, you know? I don't own much, but I like to be comfortable, you know? Northwest Indiana. Oh, no. You don't have to tell us what town. Fun fact, Mom, I have an older sister who has the same dad, but different mom. So her mom moved her out there, when I was a kid. So I get to see her like, you know, once every few years, maybe. You know, we had different households growing up, so we're not super close. Like me and my sister, you guys saw yesterday, we grew up in the same house and everything. My older sister was moved out into Indiana when I was just little. But she lives in Elkhart, Indiana, down towards like the Michigan area border there. And I've always wanted to like take the trip out there. I think I looked into it a while ago and it was like 12 or 14, something between like 12 or 16-hour drive from Mass to that part of Indiana. So, but no worries, my friend. I wouldn't expect you to tell us anywhere near where you are, girl. Listen, state's good enough just to send you the love. Let's hear real quick what the judge had to say. This is the Charlie Kirk murderer, alleged murderer. I don't think. All right, scroll back here.
That proceeding with the indiscretionary
said. This is an evidentiary hearing.
A preliminary hearing that's scheduled for July. That's where we will.
Prosecutors are going to present new evidence, I guess, and so it's an evidentiary hearing here. Oh, girl, yeah. See, I would probably like have to like. I don't have a basement, you know, here in Mass. I'm living in a multiple family home that I rent, obviously, but I feel like if I owned a home, I would have to make sure I had a basement, and then like, because we do get hurricanes and floods, and I would probably like make it like a bunker. I feel like if I ever hit the lottery and I built a home, I would build a bunker. Or like you know, make it work off like solar, you know, in case like, I don't know, the freaking lighting grid went down, the electrical grid went down. Like I could live in my little bunker, you know? Oh, that is scary. That is pretty close. That's close. That's very close. Yeah, the Michigan border is right near where my sister is. I would love to have an RV and be able to go like RV camping. Yeah, a bunker. I would love a bunker. Seriously, if I ever built a home, I'd probably build a bunker underneath it. What if we have a zombie apocalypse? You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it. What if the grid goes down? What if our government isn't telling us something about all these weird sonic booms we're getting? What if we're getting like EMP attacks? Like, you know, I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like that I should build a large bunker, you know? And then you can all come. If something bad happens and the world ends, you will all know where to go. You know, I'll just make a giant bunker. It's like self-sustaining, and you put fish and you put plants, and they all like feed off of themselves and like replenish themselves, like with a little bit of watering and feeding, of course. But like, you know, you make things run off solar, clean water, clean air. Like, you know, you build a whole massive bunker, you know, with rooms, like bedrooms. You make bedrooms, and then you make like a exercise room, a room for doctors, a room for teachers. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you do. You know, that's what you do. Yeah, we get like little tornadoes, like little ones once in a blue moon. Western Mass has had a few over the years. Nothing ever got close to me except this past year, once in the last year, 12 months. One was supposedly have touched down nearby, although I didn't see it. It's few and far between if we do get something. It does some damage, but not anything like what they see out in the Midwest, I'm just saying, just a dream of mine, something I thought up in my head that, if I ever became a millionaire or billionaire, I'd build a giant self-sustaining bunker under my home. And then, when the world goes to shit, whether there's a civil war or a electric grid goes down or a freaking zombie apocalypse or something we don't, alien invasion, who fucking knows, right? But then we will all have a place to go, right? That would be so cool. It would be like an untwisted reunion, but we could all we got nurses, we got doctors, we got police officers, we have lawyers, we have many, many very talented, smart people, that could help out if something like that happened. So you build sleeping barracks areas and then, common areas for entertainment purposes. And, you build all the things, but I'm in the house. I'm in the house and all my ACs are on about 65 right now. 66. That one's on 66. So it's a little chilly in here for me. So I am actually wearing my Mrs. hoodie. It matches my jersey I was wearing the other day, but this is just the hoodie version of it. This is on the back. And it's very comfortable and it's actually pretty lightweight. It's meant for sports. So it's like moisture wicking that material. It's very smooth. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. And that's my point, right? Like we might not be elite, but we need to have a bunker too. The elite have bunkers everywhere. There's one I saw where you could buy them for like 3 million or lease them for like 3 million a year or some ridiculous thing. And it had like a swimming pool and, kitchen, living room, all that stuff. But it had the same idea of like self-sustaining fish and vegetables and meats and things packaged and canned and ready to go for 20 plus years, So, we need to have one too. They do. They have their own islands, their countries. Like they have hidden places everywhere. We need to have one that's not for just elites. Ones that's for like just you and me. And you got to think about a lot of people make them for their own families, which makes sense, right? To make one for your own family, you want your family to self-sustain. But what good does that do if you're the last people or last persons left alive in your little bunker? What good does that do if you can't leave the house? Do you have people who can help if you get sick? No. You don't have any doctors, nurses? No. Do you have people scientists who can help figure out whether you can breathe outside or not? No. No, you don't have that either. That will definitely work too, my friend. Unless, of course, the air is poisoned and then you can't be outside, right? Then that's a problem. Then we're like, if it's like The Walking Dead, then like that's a good place to have. Like in the middle, you should be in the middle of freaking Nowheresville and like plenty of land, and that's a great idea. But what happens if like, war or like something that poisons the air, right? And we need scientists to figure out how you can start breathing and growing things outside. It's not going to help if you're in the bunker with your family by yourself, and look at all the scientists that have already gone fucking missing. That's deeply concerning to me. It's one of the things that I thought about when I was thinking about this whole bunker thing, which is like, why do we have 19 scientists missing and dead? Why? Something obviously bigger than ourselves is happening that we don't know anything about, right? And that's deeply concerning and should be deeply concerning to all of us. Because let's be honest here, that's an astronomical amount of numbers of scientists, especially dealing with nuclear stuff, right? So what does that tell me? With the very limited information that we have on these scientists, what it tells me is some of these scientists were working on something or knew something about nuclear something. And someone did not want them to tell anyone what they knew. So that means that I need to know what they know, right? Maybe they didn't want panic. I don't know. But what it does tell me is something's up. Whatever that something is probably is not great, right? Because if it was amazing and great, they wouldn't be dead. Unless they found their cure for cancer and they killed them all because, cancer is a $1 trillion, more than $1 trillion business, of course. But I digress. The best thing I can do is, magically win the lottery, of course, and build a giant bunker for as many people as humanly possible. And then when something does go down, we have a great community of wonderful people. People assume that you need to save the strongest and the best and the smartest or the richest. First of all, the richest aren't going to help if none of them are smart, right? And the richest aren't going to help if they're also entitled that usually they have a maid, right? How are they going to fucking help? They're expecting everybody else to do it. And then they assume that survival of the fittest, right? Sorry, not sorry, right? But there is value in saving everyone of all ages, whether they have medical conditions, whether they're disabled or not, right? The value of knowledge is not the value of you cannot put a value on the value of knowledge. Older people have a lot of fucking knowledge, right? They have a lot of goddamn knowledge that can help. So whether they're elderly or disabled, everyone looking at something is going to see something different that the next person didn't see. You know how cold cases are solved? New eyes. Same information, just different set of people looking at the case and putting different things together, putting that puzzle together differently. It is the same way. You want to save all the rich people in their bunkers? Cool. What kind of world would that be afterwards? I don't know. This very well could be it. Money is always plays into it, unfortunately. There was a guy in Canada, he's passed now, but his family has sort of kept up with it. But there's a guy in Canada, him and his wife built bunkers out of school buses underground and buried them in Canada. I'm actually a part of the newsletter still of the family as a part of the bunker itself. So technically, I guess if something happened, I could make my way there. But A, Canada's kind of far from here, to get there in an emergency like that. But B, even if I could get there, what happens to everybody else I know? Oh, he's got to know he's in trouble. Don't you listen, I'm going to play a clip for you guys before I play this. Actually, let me just play this thing first. Let's just get this thing over and out of the way first and hear what the judge has to say on the Tyler Robinson thing for Charlie Kirk's murderer. And then I'll get to the funny shit. See, I couldn't do that. A lot of people can do that, ditching everyone and just being out, I couldn't do that. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. I'd want to make the world a better place, however, whatever little way that I thought that I could. I can't bring the money with me. And my kids have to know how to work hard and not depend on money being left to them. Because I'll tell you something, I'm not being left anything. My grandparents are gone. My dad's gone. My mom doesn't have anything to leave. So I will never be passed down a home or a 401k or a savings account, or there is nothing that's going to help boost me in life. I see those, you ever seen those news stories of an elderly person or an older person or someone who was sick writing in a perfect stranger to their will? I always thought about if I ever did have a substantial amount of money, doing that, not just putting my children or my grandchildren in my will, but writing in someone who's a perfect stranger to me specifically, but someone who wouldn't be, getting anything from someone in their family, they wouldn't be passed along a home or money or anything, which helps exponentially in someone's life to get that sort of boost. To find someone who's a perfect stranger to me, but to know that they won't ever sort of inherit anything and put them in my will so that when I do pass, I can find this person and change that person's life. I would want nothing more than to do something amazing. Girl, go ahead, send me an email. Listen, I'm telling you, I would rather try to make the world a better place. I can't, there's no drawers in my coffin, someone once said to me, and they're right. There's no drawers in my coffin. I can't fucking bring it with me, I would rather take a strip of land and build numerous homes and gift those homes to people who would never have to pay a fucking mortgage again. You're in a better position in life if you have no mortgage to pay, right? Give them a home and a car and they can deal with, utilities and the rest. But like that boost, like, could make so many people's lives better. I prefer to donate like to real people instead of like charities, if that makes sense. And I've done that time after time after time. During COVID, I did a lot of it. Before COVID, I did a lot of it. A lot of people do the charities because you get the tax write-off. I don't want the fucking tax write-off. You don't fuck about the tax write-off, dude. Why? Because these charities, you have to, fall into a very small subset of a category. And even if you do fall into that small subset of a category, the help that they can give is very minute. And because there's too many people, or you might be, they might not have any funds left when they get to you, like so on and so forth. But if you don't fall into that very small subset of a category, then you're not getting help anyway. And what if you don't fall into the category of any of the big, you don't have cancer, right? That's a big one, cancer charities, right? Like you don't fall into the subset of some of these places. Then what? Right? I would prefer to just help people like themselves. Right? Like here is a check, or here is whatever, a car. Here is like people, and I can say it because I live it, right? Underestimate the power of having a vehicle. Okay. The power of having a vehicle. When our car died over 2 years ago at this point, it got harder, much harder. It was already hard, but it got much fucking harder. And nowadays they want you to pay about $5,000 for a car that is as is and could have transmission issues, right? Might not last you 6 months. No one has that. No one has fucking $5,000 in their pocket to put down on a fucking car. If I did, I'd do it right now. And it not only would save my family a lot of fucking aggravation, but I could get to all my specialty appointments, and my husband could get a better job and go back to his old place of work because he could actually get there. Uber and Lyft is fucking expensive. It's killing us, literally. And so, there's ways. Like having a car is something that they used to say was, a luxury. It's not a fucking luxury. It's a need. It's an absolute need, especially if you live in an area like mine where it's a city, but there's no trains coming through here. There's no constant buses to bring you. This isn't Quincy or Boston where like, you want to go to the grocery store. Cool. There's a bus every 15 minutes. Go to the grocery store. The bus picks you up. You go back home. I don't have that where I live, right? Because I live way out in the South Coast. What we have is the Purple Line that just opened up in the last year. And that line goes from, I believe, Boston into maybe Rhode Island. But the stops are like, Stoughton, Brockton, Taunton, Fall River. Like there's nowhere like around town or in the next two. Like if you need somewhere in between that, you're ultimately screwed, right? So a lot of people will have somebody pick them up at the station. Like if that's not an option, you have somebody to pick you up at the station and bring you into the in-between places, then fucking what, right? Then you Uber or Lyft and it costs a lot of money. So I don't think it's a luxury anymore. It's an absolute need, especially if you live in an area like mine that isn't close to Boston and you're not hopping on an MBTA bus, so you can just whoop, 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 here, there, or everywhere, right? It's unfortunate. But it is what it is. You do what you do. You do what you got to do to survive, But, I feel like what you do is if you hit the lottery, you take like a chunk of it, not a huge chunk, but a chunk, like a couple tens of thousands of dollars, and you invest that money and make it work for itself so that you're getting money back on your money. And then you're able to not only just pay your bills, but you can still help other people because that money is making money on its money, right? Like that's the smart thing to do, at least. All right, let's play this real quick, and then I will play you guys the hilarious clip of the sewer turtle and his complete ignorance about his own goddamn case. You guys are gonna love that one.
Or would hear a lot of the evidence that is against it. So let's go ahead and listen in. Judge reading his decision on this motion right now.
Portions of the upcoming preliminary hearing and seal exhibits, concluding that defendant had not demonstrated a realistic likelihood of prejudice sufficient to justify closure, particularly where much of the information at issue was already publicly available. The parties dispute the precise legal standard governing a motion to stay pending interlocutory review. Defendant argues that the granting of the stay lies within the inherent and discretionary powers of the court, varying according to the requirements of each individual case. In addition, defense argues Rule 8 of the Utah Rules of Appellate Procedure, which requires him to request a stay in the trial court before seeking a stay from the Utah Supreme Court. Conversely, the state argues that under Rule 8C2 of the Utah Rule of Appellate Procedure, a movement must demonstrate A, a likelihood of prevailing on the appeal, B, a likelihood of irreparable harm to the movement outweighing the harm to any other party, and C, that the stay is not adverse to the public interest. Defendant contends the factors contained in Rule 8C govern the waiver of a bond or security requirement and do not establish the substantive standard for granting a stay itself. The court concludes that regardless of whether the motion is analyzed under the discretionary authority recognized in Lewis or under the factors identified in Rule 8C, the result is the same because defendant has not established either a sufficient concrete threat of irreparable harm or that the balance of equities favor a stay. Defendant argues that proceeding with the July preliminary hearing while his petition remains pending will cause irreparable harm to his constitutional rights to a fair and impartial jury. Specifically, defendant relies upon the expert opinion of Dr. Christine Ruva, who opines that electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing may expose prospective jurors to inadmissible hearsay evidence and create unconscious bias. Defendant further relies on Shepard, James, and Hollingsworth, arguing that once the proceeding is publicly broadcast, any resulting prejudice cannot be undone. The court takes defendant's concerns seriously. The potential impact of extensive media coverage in a capital case is neither hypothetical nor trivial. The court further recognizes, unlike many forms of pretrial prejudice, widespread dissemination of information through modern and electronic media may be difficult or impossible to fully reverse once it occurs. The question presently before the court, however, is whether the record establishes a sufficient concrete and imminent risk of prejudice to justify staying all proceedings while interlocutory review remains pending. The court concludes that the asserted threat of prejudice has not yet been shown on the present record to be sufficiently concrete to justify the extraordinary relief requested. The court does not minimize defendant's concerns regarding publicity in a case of this magnitude. Indeed, the court has previously recognized that media attention surrounding these proceedings is extraordinary, and that dissemination of preliminary hearing evidence presents challenges not ordinarily encountered in most criminal cases. Nevertheless, extensive publicity does not, standing alone, establish that an impartial jury cannot ultimately be selected. Courts have long addressed highly publicized prosecutions through established procedural safeguards, including expanded jury pools, detailed jury questionnaires, individualized voir dire, venue-related remedies where appropriate, and careful judicial supervision of the jury selection process. As the United States Supreme Court observed in Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, pretrial publicity does not inevitably lead to an unfair trial, and predictions regarding its ultimate impact are often uncertain. Likewise, prominence does not necessarily produce prejudice, and jury impartiality does not require ignorance. In its June 1st, 2026 order denying closure, this court concluded that defendant had not demonstrated a realistic likelihood of prejudice sufficient to justify closure of the portions of the preliminary hearing. Should concerns regarding prejudice arise as the case progresses, this court retains broad authority to employ traditional safeguards to protect defendants' constitutional rights, including expanded veneer procedures, comprehensive jury questionnaires, individualized voir dire, changes of venue when warranted, and other remedies authorized by law. Moreover, no media organization has yet filed a request for electronic media coverage of the July preliminary hearing, and the court has not been called upon to determine whether such coverage will be permitted. Accordingly, the asserted injury presently depends upon future events that have not yet occurred. including whether any request for electronic media coverage will be filed, and if so, how the court will rule on such a request. At this juncture, the court cannot assess those contingencies with sufficient certainty to conclude that a stay is necessary. The court recognizes defendants' arguments that the alleged injuries arise not merely from the possibility of future media requests, but from the operation of the framework established in the court's May 8, 2026 order, while appellate review remains pending. The court has carefully considered that concern. However, because any request for electronic media coverage remains subject to case-specific review, and because no determination regarding coverage of the preliminary hearing has yet been made, the court concludes that the asserted injury remains contingent rather than immediate. On the present record, the possibility of future electronic media coverage does not establish a sufficient concrete basis for staying all proceedings pending interlocutory review. The court's denial of a stay should not be understood as a determination that the defendant's concerns lack merit. Rather, the court concludes only that the current record does not establish that such concerns have matured into a concrete and immediate threat request requiring present intervention. Given the procedural safeguards available to ensure the selection of impartial jury, defendant has not established irreparable harm warranting a stay at this time. In balancing the equities, the court must also consider harm that a stay would impose upon other interested parties. The state argues that delay may impair the orderly
Sorry, Your Honor,
presentation
come
of
on.
evidence, increase risk of
It's
fading
not
memories, and
necessary, all
affect
this.
witness availability. The court finds those concerns legitimate and entitled to consideration. Additionally, the victim representative has formally asserted her right to a speedy disposition of this matter. Under the Utah Constitution and Utah Code, victims possess important rights to proceedings free from unreasonable delay, and courts are obligated to consider those interests when exercising discretion in criminal cases. The court acknowledges defendant argument concerning victims' rights and defendants' constitutional protections. However, because the court has concluded that the defendant has not demonstrated a sufficiently concrete threat to those protections on the present record, the court finds that interests favoring the continued progression of the case weigh against imposing a stay. The court continues to adhere to the reasoning set forth in its May 8, 2026 camera ruling and its interpretation of Utah Rule of Judicial Administration 4-401.01. At the same time, the court recognizes that reasonable jurists may disagree regarding the proper application of that rule in a case receiving this degree of public attention. The court further recognizes that the Supreme Court's request for responses indicates that defendant's petition presents substantial issues warranting careful appellate consideration. The court does not regard the Supreme Court's request as a routine procedure event and acknowledges that the issues raised are of sufficient significance to merit serious review. The court expresses no opinion regarding whether the interlocutory review ultimately should be granted. The existence of a substantial legal question, however, remains distinct from the separate question presently before this court, whether the defendant has demonstrated that a stay is presently necessary pending further review. The court remains persuaded that the procedures established in its May 8, 2026 order are consistent with Rule 4-401.01. Any future requests for electronic media coverage will be evaluated on the specific record then before the court after affording the parties a full opportunity to be heard pursuant to the procedures previously established. Finally, the court concludes that the public interest presently favors allowing this matter to proceed in the ordinary course. The public possesses a substantial interest in the fair, orderly, and timely administration of criminal justice. The court further recognizes that public confidence in the judicial process depends both upon transparency and upon the preservation of constitutional trial rights. The court remains committed to safeguarding both interests throughout these proceedings, staying the preliminary hearing while the Supreme Court considers whether to grant discretionary interlocutory review would result in additional delay despite the absence of a presently demonstrated need for such relief. The court recognizes the seriousness of defendants' concerns and the significance of the issues presented before the Supreme Court. The court further recognizes that concerns regarding pretrial publicity and electronic media coverage implicate important constitutional values and warrant careful judicial review. Nevertheless, the potential prejudice identified by defendant has not yet matured into a concrete and immediate threat requiring intervention in form of a stay. Established procedural safeguards remain available to protect defendants' right to a fair trial should further circumstances warrant their use. By contrast, the stay would impose an immediate and concrete burden upon continued progression of this case, including the interests of the state, witnesses, and victim representative, as well as the broader public interest in the timely administration of justice. Nothing in this order should be construed as foreclosing defendant from renewing an appropriate request for relief should further developments materially alter the circumstances presently before the court. Should future developments demonstrate a material difference of level of publicity, media exposure, jury contamination risks, or other circumstances affecting defendants' fair trial rights, the court will not hesitate to revisit appropriate protective measures. Likewise, nothing in this order predetermines how the court will rule on any future requests for electronic media coverage of a particular proceeding. Accordingly, the defendant has not established that a stay of the proceedings is presently necessary or appropriate. It is hereby ordered that the defendant's motion to stay pending interlocutory review is respectfully denied. And that concludes the order of the court as it relates to the stay.
I just want to say that it was totally not necessary to give all that fucking reasoning, but I digress.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the same subject
Death
matter,
penalty, sorry.
and with respect to the timing laid out in the court's May 8th, 2026 order, we have a concern on behalf of Mr. Robinson that for the court to, well, let me just back up. There has been a request for electronic media coverage in every single hearing in this case. So I think it's fair for the court and the parties to anticipate that there will be a timely, under the May 8th ruling, request for electronic media coverage for the preliminary hearing. The court set up what I'll call a briefing schedule for how the parties
it looks like they do
to that
plan on seeking the death
electronic
penalty.
Media coverage, but it appears to us that the court wouldn't rule on the request for electronic media, any request to prohibit or limit electronic media coverage until the morning of the preliminary hearing. And I think that creates some problems, at least for Mr. Robinson, because if the court were to disagree with the relief Mr. Robinson seeks, we have no opportunity to seek
more discussion right now in this Provo courtroom where the defense attorney is making further argument about some of their concerns about coverage in some of these upcoming hearings. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
No, we're not. We're not taking a fucking break. We're going to speed this bitch up. Fuck off.
Prosecutors about ballistics.
Okay, shut up, dude.
Starting 2 days after the 4th of July,
yeah, death penalty.
Which this year is a big
They
deal.
are trying to seek it.
So what I'm trying to just do is plan ahead and think about whether the schedule that the court set, which we agree makes a significant difference in our ability to litigate before Your Honor the issue, a way to resolve this so that we also have the ability to seek review before it's too late.
No, and
I'm literally talking about the last few days of the week before. That's, I think, what we're talking about.
And I appreciate that. And where I'm coming from is the court cannot issue anticipatory rulings. I can't go off hypotheticals. And I understand what you're saying. I recognize that media requests have been filed, but I can't issue a hypothetical ruling. It has to be squarely before me. And I respect what you're saying, but I imagine that you're probably preparing. Well, I'm not going to assume it's not appropriate, but perhaps you are already preparing those motions in anticipation of such media requests being filed, and in addition to anything else that you may consider, and rightfully so. And so and there's also sufficient time between now, given the ruling that the stay is not being granted, knowing that the preliminary hearing is moving forward, that it appears that there may be sufficient time for the parties to prepare accordingly. Again, the court needs to wait until it's squarely that media request is been filed. Whether the parties file motions, it's possible that the parties may or may not. I can't anticipate that, but I need to wait until it's actually before me, as opposed to trying to read the tea leaves and guess.
I'm not asking the court for tea leaves, so maybe I've been obtuse. What I'm saying is that the court's order currently provides that it will issue its ruling on any objection to an EMC request the morning of the hearing. And that's the problem. I'm not asking the court to issue a ruling now. I'm not asking the court to assume there will be an EMC request. I can tell the court that if there is an EMC request, we will file an objection to that, which shouldn't be a surprise. And so what I'm just saying is, for the orderly administration of justice, and in light of the possible judicial divergence of opinion that Your Honor has acknowledged, we are asking the court to build into the schedule that it is set for any objections to any EMC request that may be filed, a period of time before the subject hearing at which the parties would receive a ruling. And if I suggested in my statements that we are actually asking the court to assume that there's an EMC request and that we would oppose it and that we're asking for a ruling now, we're not. We think there should be a request and there should be briefing. We're just asking that the court build into the schedule a ruling moment that allows us, if necessary, or some other party, if necessary, to seek review.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. And the other kind of X factor is how quickly the parties respond. If a motion is filed, and let's say an EMC comes out on day one,
it's kind of ridiculous.
And a motion is filed on day two, and then the state files on day three, there may be more time. And so one of the variables is how quickly the parties respond, which the court doesn't control. And so that's a factor that may allow the court additional time to accomplish that. And this court has tried to be very diligent in expediting addressing motions and not letting them sit too long, because I know it's important to defense and to the prosecution and to all parties. And so the court is cognizant of that and will respect that and issue its rulings or its analysis as quickly as possible to afford you that ability.
So the court did set deadlines for briefing, and what I will do when there's an appropriate break in today's proceedings is we'll speak with counsel for the state about whether we can agree to modify that briefing schedule that the court set so that the EMC request and the parties' responses to it can be submitted to Your Honor more in advance, further in advance of July 6th than the current schedule allows. And then if we can agree on something, or if we can't, we will let the court know that. And I'm still going to ask the court to look at its calendar and suggest a hearing date, if necessary, on what I think can fairly anticipate will transpire. Again, because the media has requested that their cameras be present at every hearing. And it would seem to me that they would not miss the opportunity from their point of view to broadcast the preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate you addressing those or bringing those concerns
So we'll bring that back to the court at the appropriate time today.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Does the state wish to be heard on this issue?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. I'd just like to point out that even assuming that there's a request for electronic media coverage, which the state fully assumes there will be, and that the court grants that request, the equities as far as whether or not to stay things to allow the defendant to then appeal that ruling, that's really not going to change. The circumstances that the court's already articulated in its order today, those equities really aren't going to change between now and the preliminary hearing. And the appropriate procedure for reviewing the court's orders on electronic media coverage is not to pause the trial proceedings and allow defendant to seek interlocutory review of every order. The defendant can certainly do that. He has the right to do that, but that's not the appropriate remedy. I just remind the court of the United States Supreme Court statement in Chandler versus Florida, where it said that the appropriate safeguard against potential prejudice from pretrial publicity is the right to demonstrate that the coverage compromised the ability of the particular jury that heard the case to adjudicate it fairly. So defendant's claiming he doesn't have a remedy. He does have a remedy, and the remedy is to challenge the court's media order at the plenary appeal after this case is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. All right, anything further before we move on?
Please no, for the love of God.
Yes. We can take this up whenever the court wishes to take it up. And in addition to the two substantive issues, which the court calendared for today, which is the hearing on the court's issuance of an order to show cause re contempt and the argument of a pending and fully briefed motion concerning the constitutionality of hearsay evidence in a preliminary hearing. Mr. Robinson filed with a motion to classify a document, which I'll just describe as having privately been filed, seeking certification for an out-of-state subpoena for the preliminary hearing.
More discussion right now inside this courtroom in Utah. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Minute recess and then turn to the state. Because this is the defendant's motion, the defense will proceed first. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Robinson would first ask the court to direct Mr. Ballard to take the witness stand.
All right, Mr. Ballard, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and being sworn in.
Yeah, it's almost over.
The testimony you shall give in the case outstanding before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ballard, if you wouldn't mind getting situated to your left or water bottles, and after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone close to you to ensure that the record picks up your testimony. Thank you. Mr. Novak, it's your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ballard, what are your formal titles within the Utah County Attorney's Office?
I am the general counsel and public information officer.
Okay. You're testifying here today because the court has issued an order to show cause regarding contempt of a court order. And so there's a white notebook that I placed up there. Do you have that, sir?
I do have it. Yeah.
All right. Why don't we first turn in that notebook, and Your Honor should have one as well.
I don't.
I passed it up.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I now have it, Mr. Novak.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Ballard, why don't you turn to Exhibit 8?
Oh.
And just let me know when you've seen it and had a chance to look at it.
I've seen it. Thank you.
Okay. Is this the order entered by this court on September 16th of 2025 entitled Protection Order, Re Pretrial and Trial Publicity?
It appears to be yes.
All right. And Your Honor, I understand that a court exhibit doesn't technically need to be received into evidence. Of course, the record is what it is. It could take judicial notice of it, but I just think for completeness of the record, would the court mind if we ask the court to receive Exhibit 8 into evidence?
To the state, any objection?
No objection.
All right, and if you wouldn't mind, and so if, as I turn to both parties, because your microphones are turned off, if you wouldn't just mind projecting a little bit more so the record picks it up.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. All right, so is this going to be defense exhibit number?
8.
All right.
They're pre-marked, so we'll just stick.
Just sticking with those numbers. Oh,
I think it's easier for the record than changing the order.
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Defense exhibit 8 is admitted and may be published.
I think. And Mr. Ballard, did you read this order either the day it was entered or shortly thereafter?
Yes.
So you were aware of it shortly after it was entered, correct?
Yes.
All right. Why don't we also turn now to Exhibit 9?
Sure.
And same question, please let me know after you've had a chance to look it over.
I've looked at it.
All right. And is this an order clarifying, let me be more clear, an order of this court dated December 15th, 2025, clarifying at the state's request the order that is now Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And could the court receive into evidence, please, Exhibit 9?
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. With no objection being made, this is entered into evidence as defense exhibit 9 and may be published.
And Mr. Ballard, with respect to these two orders, would you agree with me that subject to the clarification, these orders track Supreme Court Rule of Professional Practice 3-3.6?
Yes, they track that rule. They require both parties to abide by that rule.
And would you agree with me that you are a prosecutor also subject to Rule 3-3.8?
Yes.
And that everybody in your office is a prosecutor under the, within the meaning of 3-3.8?
The attorneys in our office, yes.
The attorneys in your office, right. And again, Your Honor.
Continuing to monitor that hearing in Provo, Utah, but I want to get you to
Why do
some
they do
breaking
that?
news that we're following in Midland.
All right, this is the active shooter situation that we have right now in Midland, Texas. So I'm going to let them play this real quick because this is horrible to hear. This is what you guys were just talking about, that there's an active shooter in Midland right now. Midland, Texas is actually near like where they do the oil fields.
Midland, Texas, where there has been an active shooter reported and an incident there. So we're getting ready to hear from officials any minute now. This coverage coming to us courtesy KMID, where we're expecting an update any minute now on that situation there. Still not a whole lot of details at this point. Again, this is Midland, Texas. The public had been advised to avoid that area, and we're expecting an update. Give me 1 second here. I want to make sure I can go ahead and pull up our audio feed so we don't miss anything once they begin speaking. The latest update from media reports there is that the suspect was currently in a building in that area. So we
didn't say what building,
waiting for some more details about this. It appears that this briefing is about to get underway. Again, Midland, Texas, that's in the western part of the state, seeing reports that officers had heard gunfire.
Morning, Midland, Texas. We want to reach out to you and just make you aware of some things that have occurred this
this morning. Many of you are already aware that we have had an active shooter in our community. We want to start off by saying that our thoughts and prayers are absolutely with the victims and with their families, with our first responders, with all of the medical staff that are responding this morning. This has been a process with a lot of cooperation with a lot of different groups. And so we want you to hear us say that our thoughts and prayers are with you. We're in strong communication with all of those teams and just want to share some details with you. So I'm going to be referencing my notes so that I don't miss anything. The first thing is, yes, we did have an active shooter. And we already have a perimeter established. The situation is now secured in that area, but we're still asking that all Midlanders stay put. If you're in that area, you don't need to be out and driving around or going to try to see anything. Officers are containing the situation, and we ask that you respect that perimeter. All entities responded on scene, and we have a lot of the partner agencies from the county, from other surrounding communities. And we're really thankful for the response that they've also made. And we also want to let you know that we do have 11 known victims at this time. There's at least one victim that is dead on the scene. We don't have any other details to disclose at this time, but that's the situation as of right now. This is, of course, an ongoing situation, and we don't want to confirm anything or give any other particular details before we have a thorough investigation. And so our goal here is to reassure you that we do have strong response from our local Midland Police Department as well as our region, and that we're going to be continuing to give you updates as we have confirmed details. We want you to know that Facebook has had a national outage today. Many of you may be aware of that. And we know that a lot of Midlanders do get their news from Facebook. And so if you would like the most up-to-date information, we've had success in getting Twitter to transmit that quickly. And so you can reference the City of Midland communication pages on Twitter if you're having trouble with Facebook or Instagram. We're going to continue to try to post on all outlets as much as possible. The blood bank need is not immediate. We've had a conversation as recently as right before this press conference. The blood bank need is not immediate, but we know that there may be future needs. And so if you have a willingness to go to our local blood banks to give blood, we invite you to do that. We would also say that the food and donations, many of our Midland community are going to want to reach out and make donations for our first responders and for the families of these victims. We ask that you do those things through the United Way so that we have one specific location that's disseminating those things and making sure that the needs are addressed. They're collaborating with our local food bank, with other different groups to make sure that all of those needs are covered. So please direct yourself to United Way. We want to also comment that there is a family reunification center that is set up at Midland Memorial Hospital at this time. And so if you have questions about one of your loved ones and you want to confirm anything, we would direct you there. I'm going to share a phone number, and then we'll also be putting that out on our socials. But that phone number for the Family Reunification Center is 432-631-4689. Let me say it again. It's 432-631-4689. If you have questions about someone that you're concerned about in our community, then that would be a place where you could go and get more information. If you'd like to go to the hospital in person, we would direct you to the chapel at the hospital to be able to get more information. You can talk to that Family Reunification Center there at the chapel at the hospital. I want to make sure that you understand that this is all hands on deck. All of our community responders are participating in addressing the situation right now. And we're committed to staying in that shape until we have everything addressed and fully wrapped up. So I believe Mayor Pro Tem Stretcher Burks would like to make a comment as well. You want to step forward?
Can we give the mic that
I'll just stand close by and you can.
Thank you, Mayor. Amy Stretcher Burks, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and everyone impacted by this tragic incident. We're also praying for law enforcement officers, first responders, and the surgical teams working tirelessly to protect lives and provide care during this difficult time. Please pray for Midland. Most importantly, please pray for those impacted. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. And so we want to close. We will take a few questions from the media that's here, but I first of all want to say our community needs to pull together and respond to these things. And I know some of that's already taking place. So we say thank you to those who are praying, those who are willing to give, and who are willing to participate and help as this continues to play out.
Do we have any details on the suspects?
We don't have any confirmed details on the suspect at this time.
And regarding the person who was killed, do we have any details on that?
We don't have any confirmed details on the person who was confirmed to be killed by this individual. We also don't have any confirmed details about any of the other victims that are in the hospital, but we will be continuing to follow up.
Some of our community members reported that they were getting an active shooter alert, and some people got a stay away alert, and some people got one, not the other. Would you be able to clarify who got which alert?
We have a geographic perimeter system that we are able to specifically identify cell phones that are in the geographic perimeter that we're trying to close down. So those people within that geographic perimeter received that text message to stay in place and not to get out and drive around. The rest of the community should have received just a notification of the incident and keeping them updated.
Is there more than one suspect?
At this time, there's only one known suspect.
And regarding that suspect, is he in custody or is he still out?
He is contained.
Do we have a timeline of when the shot started this morning?
I don't have a specific timeline. Some of those details and some of the early events are still being investigated.
And just for specific details, do you know the area in which he is detained right now? Or
He is detained in Southwest Midland, 4600 block of West Wall at this time.
would you say is a standoff?
SWAT on the scene, and there are multiple agencies responding.
Do we know where the situation started?
The situation we believe to have started in Southeast Midland and progressed across.
Why is it buffering like that? What is happening? Hello,
Fire department was
McFly.
dispatched at 8:08, and then we had all the regional agencies responding in direct sequence after that. Excuse me.
Jesus.
We don't have all the details confirmed at this time.
Can you remind residents why they're not where they see
Restate that Facebook and Instagram platforms had national and being able to communicate some of those things as early as we would have liked. So if you have questions and you're finding what you need, we would direct to the city of Midland. We've had greater success in transmitted quickly.
Do you know the status of any officers being hurt?
I'm not aware of any impact to officers at this time.
Any other questions?
All right. Thank you, media, for being here and have more information. Again, Midlanders continue to pray that are impacted by this, and we will give you more information as we have it. Thanks.
Officials in Midland.
Justice said the update I'm getting is 4 in surgery, 5 being treated. That's fucking horrible. That's just awful. Like, it's awful. Obviously, an active shooter anywhere is awful and horrible. So I keep getting these emails from, different companies, small, tiny companies, where and this happens when you're a smaller creator, but a lot of them are like, oh, hey, these are our products. Basically they look at your numbers and your retention and all that as a creator. And they basically will send you emails saying, we would like to collaborate with you and blah, blah, blah. And you'll get, 10%, 15% commissioned when people click and buy our products. And I've not said yes to a single one of them yet because A, their rates are garbage. And B, I am not going to back a random product without knowing what that product is, how it actually works, and whether it actually works. Like, they expect that because you're a small creator that you're in a pinch for money and that you will try to make it, a dollar any way that you can, which should be true for small creators. I'm still not going to just back products that I don't know and products that I've never tried. And also, sometimes it's an insult what they offer, which is like, if I was a larger channel, you would be paying me for like a 30-second show of your product. And it would go up based on how long it's showed and how much I talk about it. Being a small creator, I have the retention and the numbers to be able to do that. But what I'm not going to do is sell myself short, and I'm certainly not going to sell my viewers short on products that I don't know. So if you're not offering for me to try the product so I can see if it even works, then the answer is fucking no. And if you're trying to sell me short as a smaller creator, because I'm a smaller creator, the answer is also no, I'll wait until I get bigger. Like, regardless, like, I get it. They just assume that every small creator, will do whatever to make a buck. Well, they got the wrong one. If I didn't already prove that 10 times over, then I don't know who the fuck has. All right, to the turtle tanties we go. I'm glad you got home, Space Coast, nice and safe. That makes me feel good. Thank you, Annie, for letting me know the QR code doesn't work. I've just replaced it with the old, even though I need to change the old little thing there. It says twisted instead of untwisted. I need to change that. But nonetheless, I guess I have to make a new QR code. Actually, I can just knock one off, that'd be fine. But the QR code, it should go to our link anyway. That's linked at the top of the chat. Hey, Sarah, happy Friday. So, I mean, technically the QR code is literally the exact same as our link that we have up in the top of the chat. So before I go further, let me remember after an hour to remind you all to hit the like button, please. I would appreciate it. It is Friday. It is Friday, my friends. It is Friday. We have a weekend coming up. Hopefully you all have something planned, something nice to do with your families or loved ones or friends or something. But I would appreciate if you all hit that like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed to the channel. If you'd like to support the channel, we have a bunch of different ways that you can do that. There's jewels now. That's a new thing. Instead of super stickers here in the United States, we have jewels. And so people can do jewels. I guess they give out like free jewels if you've never done it, or like a certain amount. They have like a, I don't know, what's that called? Like a promotion with the jewels, I guess. And so those are where you would have bought super stickers before, and they're jewels now. So they're just like animations that pop up on screen like TikTok, which are kind of cool. I do like looking at them when they pop up on my screen. It's kind of exciting, I'm not gonna lie. But we do have still super chats, of course. And memberships. Get your membership or gift some memberships. That's always fun to see people gifting them to one another. Or there's a bunch of different ways you can donate directly to the stream, which is obviously more helpful. But the channel likes it, whatever, because we definitely could use that boost for sure. We haven't started off the month that great. So, we're going to try to get back in the swing of things here. We have options like PayPal and Venmo. And we have options like our link for debit and credit also works for Apple Pay. That's pinned to the top of the chat right now. It's in the description of the video. We have Chime and Revolut. Those are the same as the Cash App and the Venmo on the screen. So, and everything is in the description of the video. My email is in the description of the video. So if you need to reach out, want to reach out, tips, you just want to chat, anything like that, my email is in the description of this video over on YouTube. So you can just open up the thing and all the information is there. Okay. So now we get to the tanties, the hilarious tanties. So before I play the bumper, Aiden would like if people would now admit to crimes to be a witness for him. He's so stupid. He doesn't realize that he's literally asking people who have been unidentified from the rolling rally to identify themselves as witnesses so that they could possibly then be charged by the state. Like a fucking moron. He begs and pleads this morning, and I'm going to show you the clip. No normal person that knows a single thing about law, especially when he's being charged for the rolling rally, would ever say such a ridiculous thing. Essentially what he's saying is, hey guys, I'm being charged for that rolling rally, and any of you who were there, I'm going to need you to come forward and testify on my behalf and be a witness. Why the actual fuck would anybody who's unidentified at this point come forward, identify themselves, be a witness to then be charged by the government for the crime? You fucking idiot. I would say if you were one of those people that did go to the rolling rally on his behalf and you didn't realize you were committing a crime at the time, probably don't identify yourself. Probably do not try to reach out to him and say, oh, yes, I'll be a witness for you, because there is a possibility that if you were already unidentified, you could be charged with that. So common sense would say, do not do that unless you want the possibility of being charged by the state. So just saying. I mean, tell us you know nothing about law without telling us you know nothing about law. Or tell us you don't give a fuck about your audience without telling us you don't give a fuck about your audience. I've been trying to tell people for a long time, he doesn't actually care if other people get charged. As a matter of fact, he would love that, because then he would feel like he's not the only one. And then he can say it was your bright idea later on, even when it wasn't. So if I were you, any of you who attended that rolling rally, I would stay as far away from this as you humanly fucking can. Just saying. He's saying he doesn't know many people's names who went to the rolling rally. Well, that's fucking sad. You met these people and you don't remember any of them? Right? Goes to show you how much he cares. I mean, is that not wild to anybody else besides me? Freeze, is this all wild? Happy Friday, Ruthie. I mean, is it not? I mean, am I the only person here who's like, who the fuck? I'm sure he has, at least the ones he could remember, but he admitted that he doesn't remember everybody who was there, and he's begging people to come forward and be a witness for him. Okay, being a witness for him also means identifying yourself and possibly being charged. No fucking normal human is going to do that.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
It's wild. It is foolish. It's completely foolish. Now listen. Because he's such an idiot, the cops got a heads up on this rolling round. And so they set up with cameras and video and monitored the rolling rally. They took pictures and videos of all of these people, identified who they could. And I'm assuming, so somebody was like, one of his turtle riders this morning made a tweet, right? And the tweet was something along the lines of like, why, if it was illegal, didn't the cops stop it? Oh my God, I fucking can't. Some of these people don't quite understand. So do you think if the cops think a drug deal is going to go down, they're just going to stop it? No, you fucking asinine idiot. What they're going to do is send in an informant to make controlled buys. So what they're going to do is take someone, insert that person as a drug addict, and make that person use government money with serial numbers to make multiple drug buys over the course of months, sometimes years, depending on if it's, you know, high profile and they're trying to get a bigger fish or a smaller fish, depending, right? And that's called building a case. I know the sewer turtle audience doesn't seem to grasp any really hard concepts or really any easy ones, but it's called building a case. They're not going to stop a crime in progress that's happening if it's not actively violent and hurting people. They're going to monitor, collect evidence, and build a case, of which I have no doubt they are still actively doing when it comes to people from the rolling rally. I think what they're doing is trying to see if anybody from that rolling rally is going to continue with this behavior with him. It would not be smart to then be like, yes, I was at the rolling rally, me. If you haven't identified me already through the pictures and videos and I haven't been charged yet, please identify me now as a witness on his list, as somebody who was at that rolling rally. Like, not for nothing, but I don't know how he thinks anybody from the rolling rally, or how his lawyers think anybody from the rolling rally is going to help him. It's all on camera. So what do you think they're going to say? I didn't know I was committing a crime. Okay, judge and jury don't care if you know you were committing a crime. It's a crime. Okay. It's a crime. What are you going to have these people say? You know what I'm saying? Like, they could be a witness until the cows come home. Just for my product. Can't check emails right now, but I will. So I don't know what the hell this says, but this is the clip. I saved it from like 4 different places because I saw it this morning somewhere and I forgot to save that
We
there.
don't have to prove shit, but it would help if we can.
We don't have to prove shit. What he doesn't seem to realize right, is technically speaking, in the legal aspect, you don't have to prove shit, right, if you're the defendant. But not trying to basically just leaves the government to say, he did these things, and here are the ways that he did them. And if you don't try to rebut them, well, that's all they got, right? So if all they have is you doing nothing, and the other side being like, these are all the ways he did it, and here's all the proof, then you lose, right? So yes, the burden of proving anything is not on you, it's on the state. But anybody who knows law knows you still have to try to rebut shit or give a different explanation, or your fucking ship is sunk. First of all, his ship has been sunk for a long fucking time. That shit's already been sunk. That battleship is gonzo, bro. Okay? Gonzo. You know? Oh yeah, he's definitely, no, because he admits, I think he would reach out to every single one of them and beg and plead privately, but he admits he doesn't even remember half the people who were fucking there. He doesn't even fucking remember. I can't look right now, but I will in a minute. I'm done with this segment here. Didn't he have a sign-up list, or was it just if you're in the area, we plan on harassing people who have not been charged with the crime? I don't know, but he plans on doing a lot of stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if he gets a simp on the stand to lie for him, what are they going to say? No, Your Honor, I didn't go because he said we were having a rolling rally. Cool, why'd you go then? Got another alternate reason on why you would go? Just asking for a friend here. Like, is there another alternate reason? Like, what do you think these people from the rolling rally are going to get up on the stand and say? I love Mr. Kearney, Your Honor. Well, do you know him? Well, no, I only met him at the rolling rally once. So you don't know him. So you don't actually know him in real life, right? What the fuck do you think is going to happen? The prosecutors are going to tear them apart. Like, you're asking people to get on the stand after they committed a crime and say they committed a crime and incriminate themselves. Are you fucking retarded?
We don't have to prove shit, but it would help if we can. You know, that would be the double whammy. Like, if Kerry could prove
He looks defeated.
that someone else killed John O'Keefe, if Kerry could prove that Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert killed John O'Keefe, right?
Oh, this is a different clip, but this one's just as good. This one's just as good. Okay, this is where he admits that, like, oh, there's no evidence to say any of these people did anything wrong, but like, hey, if someone else can prove it, that'd be helpful. Like, what? But to be fair, though, YB, how many times, right? How many times has that man had people get on a stand and lie for him? How many times has he had people lie in an affidavit or lie to the cops? More than I can count. I'll tell you that much. More than I can fucking count. Do these people not realize that they could be charged with perjury? Like, especially with what's in his phone extraction, I expect to see charges for some people. I expect to see it. Helping him will backfire on you if you're going to lie, right? If you're going to lie. Don't fucking lie, dude. You want to quote, help him? Good. Help him by telling the fucking truth. Because sorry, not sorry, but if you sit there and lie for him and then they find his phone extraction and they are like, oh yeah, you're talking to this person and fucking at this time and this date about what he wanted them to say about this thing, then your credibility's gone. It's shot. You've lied. And especially if you've lied in an affidavit to the cops or in court before, in any other circumstance, in any of the court cases he's had, including RO hearings and so on and so forth, like, you can be charged with perjury. Remember that. Like, don't fucking lie for a man you don't know. It's not smart. It's not smart, you know? Well, see, even if you said you saw him come outside and give a thumbs up, like, that's not going to help you. You still intimidated witnesses. Regardless if they actually felt intimidated or not, the law is your intent to intimidate them, right? Like, so even if you tried to claim, like, oh, they weren't intimidated, which is just ridiculous at this point. It's so absurd to even claim that. But even if he was going to argue like, oh, they're not actually intimidated, it's his intent to want to intimidate them that matters, not whether they were actually intimidated or not, you know? He said he asked some, but they don't want to be involved in others. He didn't know their names. Well, good. I wouldn't want to be involved either. You're asking people to admit to a crime, sir, you fucking idiot. Why would they admit to a crime? Are you dumb? The Texas standoff is over. I don't know the outcome. Well, hopefully the outcome is they have that person in custody, or unfortunately, they probably unalived him, I'm guessing, him or her. Oh, absolutely he is looking for people to get him off, 100%. Exactly, Lisa, and that's my point. He doesn't remember who these people are because he doesn't care, and he never did. Listen, if people came out in support of me to do this, like, hello, I would know every person that went. Because why? Because I would have had a conversation with every person. I would have went out of my way to remember what they looked like or what their names are or who they were with, right? Like, he won't even look you in the eye while having a conversation with you. That's how much he gives a fuck, you know? Well, that's a great defense. Your Honor, I did it because they were doing it. I am not guilty because they did it too. Your judgeness, they did it too. Poo poo. Why? Yeah, well, his case of like, they weren't charged. Why should he be? Well, how do you know they won't be charged after your shit is over? You know what I'm saying? Like, they still very much could be charged. So arguing if they haven't been charged yet is kind of ridiculous. I wouldn't want to be with him. I think he has a girlfriend, but I don't know why she would want to deal with him, to be honest with you. And at some point, she's going to realize that all the man does is lie, you know? Oh, yeah, defaming. Again, it's what he does. Let's play the rest of it. I'm going to back it up a little so you guys can hear, like, the full context of it, and I'm just going to play the whole thing out, okay? Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it is what he's looking for. He's just stupid. Well, didn't they give the devices back, but they extracted everything from those devices, right? Like, he is definitely always looking for someone to lie, you know? Yes, you do. You absolutely do need a permit. I've been saying this for a long time. Even if you were going to do a rolling rally, guess what you have to get beforehand? A permit. You have to tell them the purpose. You have to tell them where you're going, and they will decide whether they're going to give you a permit or not. He was told that ahead of time. Part of probably why he's being charged is someone said to him ahead of time, like, I think you need a permit for that. And he was like, nope, you need a fucking permit. Nope. Oh, you don't want me in my tidy whities and my bare ass? Are you sure? I mean, I don't own tidy whities. I only own thongs, but like we could, you know, I can get a little fucking, we can do tidy white, tidy whities, tidy whities. Now you got me. Now I might buy Superman Dundanas. I was looking for my Stitch hat. Well, technically my daughter's Stitch hat. I don't know where it went. Actually, I didn't look at it. Oh, Stitch is not in there. Is it true? Oh, Stitch is not in there either. I was looking for my Stitch hat. Stitch has ears, and if you do the thing, the ears flop. I was looking for it, but I can't find it. I don't know where it went. It might have went into the storage unit because it's a winter hat, but that would have been fun. I had a whole idea. I had a whole skit in my head. I couldn't find Stitch. Here, it would have been the city or town you were going to be going through. You'd have to get your permit there, you know? Oh, I am going to make sure that we're allowed to get live coverage of his. It's of public importance. So if the court does not allow it, we can file something as independent media that we would like access to it. And that's what we're going to do. So make no mistake. Oh, yeah, he's definitely mad about that. Hey, Miss GNX, he's very upset still. You know, he's mad that no one else was charged, just him. He's very upset about that. You know, he also hates the fact when people call, you know, talk about his very small arms. He has a problem with that. He's not very happy about his small arms, you know. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, usually it's the city here. The city, usually it's like city hall you would go to, or town hall, depending on if it's a city or a town, in the place that you're going to do said rolling rally, and then you have to give the plans and apply for the permit there. So we don't do it by county here in Massachusetts. Some states do it by counties. We don't do it by counties. We don't exactly have like county planning offices like that. It usually goes by city or town, and you would go to city hall or town hall and do it there. Well, that's the thing. You would never be granted a permit to target private citizens, and he knew that. That's why he didn't apply for it, you know? Character witnesses. Well, here's the thing. A character witness actually has to know you. Can't be, I'm a follower of this person, but I've only met them in person for 5 minutes and I know nothing about them. You'd be destroyed on the stand. You would be destroyed by the other side, just showing that you actually don't know this person. I mean, look how he looks kind of defeated. I'm not going to lie. You know? Mushroom knows them. She's definitely delusional. And wait till I get to that fucking shit. She doubled down on her delusion, right? And I think it's because she's starting to realize, Ethel is starting to realize that the whole cult doesn't like her. Shocker, Ethel, we told you they don't like you. They never did. They used you for what you were useful for. And when you became unuseful or detrimental, now they don't need you anymore. Now they don't like you, right? You said something that they don't like, or that one person didn't like. And so that person went to Aiden and said, I cannot support you anymore if, Ethel is going to go after me. So I just want you to know, like, and so no, he needs their audience, to help. And so just saying, like, you're not useful anymore, Ethel. You're not useful. Wait until I get to the deadline she decided to try to give creators that they have until the end of June to talk about her, and like that's it. Newsflash, Ethel, I will talk as much as the fuck I want. As a matter of fact, I think I might go into June, July, and August. Just saying. Remember that thing when you said you don't give a fuck what anybody has to say? Nobody tells you what to do. Well, nobody tells me what the fuck to do, and I will talk as much as I fucking want about whatever the fuck I want. June, July, August, September. Fuck, I might go till next January, If I'm feeling froggy, bitch, I shall leap.
We don't have to prove shit, but it would help if we can. That would be the double whammy. Like if Karen Reed could prove that someone else killed John O'Keefe, if Karen Reed could prove that Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert killed John O'Keefe, right? Then that would be very helpful for her defense, right? She has strong suspicion. There is circumstantial evidence that ties into it.
Whoa. Did he just say she has strong suspicion? Buddy, I'm going to say this is probably why Karen Reed can't stand him, because he just told an entire audience that Karen Reed has no evidence to tie anybody to killing John at all, that she just has strong suspicion. Well, strong suspicion is not going to get you out of a wrongful death suit. Strong suspicion is not going to get you fucking anywhere. And this is probably why I'm guessing she hates him, because he's detrimental to everything and everyone, including her. Just saying. And I agree with YBE. This is not his case is not some giant 1A test, as he would like people to believe. It's very clear cut that it's not 1A protected activities. His lawyers have already agreed that they're not even arguing that he didn't do it. They're just arguing it's 1A, which is a failing fucking argument to begin with, as I think it was Judge Krupp maybe already issued an order that it wasn't 1A. So I don't know how I think he's going to work with that. It's not, I agree with you here. It has already been determined, like, no targeted protesting, no, not like these are witnesses in a murder trial. Why isn't any other journalist being charged with it? Oh, because everybody else knows where the line is, right? Where the fucking line is. Oh yeah, she doubled down on that too. I did get a response from him. He is very well aware of the shenanigans of the stalker and her fucking pool noodle, Ethel, Just saying. She needs to stay in her lane and pump the brakes if she's going to crash, like acting a fucking fool. Like, you wonder why people have gotten restraining orders on her before. Well, now we know why, right? Now we know why. For what? That's a civil case. That's different. That's not the same as a criminal case. Criminal cases and civil cases are different in that aspect, if that's what you're asking. I'm just assuming that's what you're asking, but criminal cases and civil cases work differently. It's not a criminal case anymore. It's a civil case.
But at the end of the day, she doesn't have the same investigative abilities as the police. So how is she going to do that? You should have more. We don't have to prove shit. But it would.
So that was that one fucking mistake he made. Let's get to the second one of, I need you all to, say you committed a crime, please. And help me, please, help me. Help me, please, help me.
I need witnesses who were at the rolling rally.
No, you don't.
I don't know everyone's name who was at the rolling rally. There's a couple of people I've reached out to who don't want to testify for some reason. They're like, I don't want to get involved. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Good.
It's not like my life's on the line, right?
It's not like my life's on the line or anything. Like, oh, they don't want to get involved. Oh, I appreciate that. How many times do you think that someone has come to me and said, hey, I've been harassed by him, but I don't want to get involved publicly because I don't want to deal with it again? Cool. Should I just be like, yeah, I appreciate that. You know, he harasses me and everyone else on planet Earth, but I appreciate that. No, I respect the fact that they don't want to get involved because they're done with being fucking harassed. They don't want to have to deal with it again. I don't blame them, dude. He doesn't give a fuck if these people get charged or not. Let's play that one more time. I mean, it looks pretty defeated. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because he's starting to realize this case is going forward, whether he likes it or not. There's no more delays that are going to happen here. You know what I mean? No more delays. Yeah, I love the we. Who is we? Yeah, I have a strong suspicion I'll win the lottery one time in my life. Guess how well that'll work out for me. You know what I mean? Come on. Did I read that correctly? Did you say that? His trial will be huge headlines and aired by everyone. He is so fucking delusional, bro. We're airing it to laugh at him and his idiotic attorneys that are going to look like fucking buffoons. That is the only reason we are airing it. And make no mistake, when he is sentenced, I will not be fucking live streaming him. My ass will be in the courtroom, okay? Looking right at him, watching his ass be sentenced, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely, all right? Abso-fucking-lutely. This is not some 1A thing like he wants people to believe. It is not, okay? It's very clear-cut. You harassed witnesses in an ongoing criminal murder proceeding. You went over the line. You thought it was funny and cute for all the money that you made. Well, is it funny and cute now, sir? I don't fucking think it is. Yeah, but that's a civil suit. That's why. Civil suit's different than criminal. He doesn't give a fuck what happens to Karen. He never did. He never did. Make no mistake about that. You know, I love that he still calls everybody, oh, if you watch Twisted, then you're supporting the antis. Bro, there is no one more anti-Karen Reed than Aiden himself, okay? He is one salty fuck for her not doing exactly what he wanted her to do, and he tried to threaten her into it, and that didn't work, so he's even more salty, right? Even more salty. He will never stop saying her name because it's the only time he makes $1 is when people believe he's rooting for Karen and it's First Amendment. We need to fight. We need to fight. We need to fight. Y'all need to help me fight. Problem with that is all these people are doing is literally putting their money in one big toilet bowl and fucking flushing that shit or lighting it on fire because ultimately he doesn't have a winning argument. His attorneys have already conceded they're not arguing that he didn't do it. They're arguing it's First Amendment protected, and which a judge already partially ruled it isn't. So good luck to you, sir, on that, especially since you've changed your story 72 times. They have all the videos, every video, every tweet, every statement you've ever fucking made on another platform. You're fucked, bro. 7 ways from Sunday. You are fucked. And she absolutely would love for him to stop saying her name. But he, of course, outright refuses because, like, he can't do anything else. He doesn't know how to do anything else. You know, it's just like not a thing. No, he should not be asking Karen to help him with the situation they're both in because there's nothing she could do to help him. You know what I mean? He made his bed. Time to lie in it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is she going to do for him? He believes what he's so mad about, and I will tell you, and he's never going to say it out loud, but he's mad he's not getting the same crowds. He thinks he's just as important as a murder case. And so he thinks he should be getting the same kind of crowds as people showed up in the Karen Reed case and the same kind of support, financially, of course. And his receipts of his, like, money that he's made in his, like, fund don't match what he's claiming to other people for how much it has cost for that. I'll tell you that much. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I know I'm behind in the comments, right? They might suffer a champagne shortage that day. Me and Leah might buy all the champagne that day. Just saying. We might buy it all that day. Yeah, we're going to get a thunderstorm later, I heard. Probably not till tonight, though. Gunman is deceased in Texas. Thank fucking God. So he can't hurt anyone else, but clearly he still was able to hurt, 5 people, and then more who are 5 that were in surgery, what we heard. Yeah, sacrifice your lives for him. Yeah, that's a great idea, you know? Thank you, Miss GNX. No, he's implying that, like, he's important. Right. And that, how dare you not want to testify on his behalf and, you know, make yourself a target of being charged with a crime. Because if they didn't already identify you and you haven't been charged, you're risking being identified and charged. Why the fuck would anyone do that? Yeah, it's one thing to drive by in a car and look. It's a whole nother when you get out a fucking megaphone and you stop and you stand in front of residences and you scream people are murderers. Come on, dude. Some of these people were spitting on fucking personal property. Like, if some of these people, for instance, some of these people who were passengers in cars, so they couldn't be identified by like the license plate or the car itself, like, if any of those people step forward to be a witness of his, it is a good likelihood that they could be identified. Maybe they were one of the people who decided to throw things onto property or spit onto someone else's property. Like, you could be charged with multiple things at that point, right? I bet some people would try to figure out who said no. I would fucking say no. I'd be like, get fucked. You want to know what I bet happens? Just so everyone's aware, I could predict. Where's my crystal ball? Where is it? Let me get it out. All right. I predict that the sewer turtle will probably just give the names to his attorneys anyway and try to subpoena these poor people because he has no ethics or integrity and he doesn't care about any of you. So just know if you got a message from him and he asked, I am predicting, my crystal ball's telling me that you may get a subpoena anyway because he doesn't actually fucking care if you want to get involved or not, okay? He wants to not pay for his own crimes, therefore he needs you to go down with the ship. So if I were you, I'd think about getting an attorney to quash that subpoena for you. Just saying. Maybe just do that, you know? I highly agree, normal mom. If you can't do the time, don't do the fucking crime, buddy. Like, fuck, dude. 112 on the roof of your barn? Oh, my God. See, that's why I'm wearing a sweatshirt in the house, because I have it. The AC's at low temp. I didn't shut them off last night because I knew it was going to be really hot today. So I was like, what if my arm is so itchy. The psoriasis is starting to like reach onto my arm and it's unpleasant at best. Only this arm though, it's itchy. But it is fucking gonna be 90 today. And so I left all the ACs on last night so that it would, get better in here. And it was nice and cool. Right? I mean, shit, like the amount of money he made off everyone else's shit. Yes, girl, sit right here. We got a spot for you, my friend. You sit right next to me when we go to that trial. I will save you all seats. We'll take up a whole row and then some. You know what we should do? We should totally rent, and me and Leah have talked about this. We should rent a party bus. Mimosa's on the way there. Mimosa's on the way home, folks. All right. We have definitely talked about throwing a party afterwards. I kid you not. Like, that's in the works. Like, that's happening. I'm doing that. I don't give a fuck. If I have to throw it in my own backyard, like, I'm doing it. It's happening. I don't care. Oh, absolutely. He's already cried that the mainstream media won't cover it. All the people who had the Karen retrial from the mainstream media, he's like tagged them like, why won't you cover my case? Why won't you talk about my case? Because it's clear cut and you're wrong. And they're not going to say that you're not. So therefore, they're not going to cover it and piss you off by saying that you're wrong. Come on. Ice cream sounds so good right now. I want a sundae. That's what I want. We have this, I was telling you guys yesterday, with one ice cream place that's on the other side of town that we go to sometimes, and my sister will take me and the kids over there, and it's fairly priced. I'd say it's like $5 to $6 for a sundae, and I get sliced. I haven't had one in a while, but I get like sliced fresh bananas in it, and I get either the coffee Oreo or the mint. It's like a mint Oreo chip. It's delicious, and you got to put a cherry on it and whipped cream and Jimmy's. Okay, got to put Jimmy's on it, and then you get fresh banana slices, and you have them put them in the bottom and the top, because if they only put them at the top, then they're all gone by the time you get to the bottom. But delicious, okay? So freaking good. So freaking good. Now she'll be back. It was lagging for her. YouTube was lagging, so I think she's watching a little bit on X, but Leah will pop back over when it stops lagging for her. Yeah, we are apparently his army and his supporters. Who I think you're right. Who else could it be? His fight song is, it's expensive and I need money. You know what's so funny for me for that? So what is he exactly facing for a main charge? Still witness intimidation, picketing of witnesses. He's got 2 other charges for cyber stalking in New Jersey, so on and so forth, So on and so forth. Oh, but he did. See, that's the thing. He did get a thank you from her. Like, that's just a lie from him. He says, like, oh, he didn't get a thank you from Karen. Like, he invited himself to that dinner, and Karen thanked him then, and then again after that. So, like, he just what he wanted was her to come on his show, cause a big hubbub, say thank you so much during his show, and then, you know, show up to his court dates and bring her supporters to his court dates. And because she didn't do that, like, that's, you know, in his mind, that's what it looked like. In his mind, what he thought, according to at least what he told other people and his phone extraction and so on, he thought that he was going to ride off into the sunset, book deals, movie deals, millions and millions and millions of dollars. And he did make over $1 million. Okay. And again, he's crying that he needs money, blah, blah, blah. The problem with that is what he had to pay in legal fees does not match what he's telling other people. Doesn't match what he's telling other people. He doesn't need anything. Okay, he wants so he doesn't have to spend his own money. There's a big fucking difference. There is no chance in hell he spent $200,000 on that house and has nothing left. He has at least $200,000 or more left. He is notoriously cheap. He would not have made that jump if he didn't. I promise you. And he'll continue to do it because he can't help himself standing. He cannot help himself. He has no brand without Karen, but he's going to keep using her name for his brand, even though she can't stand him. He's still waiting for that blowjob. Yep, he sure is. That threesome that's never going to happen he talked about, you know? She wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. You know? Like, that's the bottom line is she would not piss on him if he was on fire. I mean, but that's the thing is he does that to everyone. So, I mean, in that aspect, she's not even special. He does that to everyone. Anyone could have seen that coming from a fucking mile away. You know, he wants what he thinks he deserves. The problem with that is he doesn't deserve anything. You know, he doesn't deserve a goddamn thing. Doesn't deserve a goddamn thing. He does. He looks a little defeated, but I think it's starting to, you know, I think his new lawyer on the other case should have let him know by now that, like, listen, reading that last motion that his lawyer wrote, okay, we made the prediction on what the judge was going to say about it, right? You can go back and watch it before the decision of the judge. Then we read the judge's decision. That judge's decision matched exactly what I said would fucking happen. And I said I'd be surprised if the judge didn't give his attorney a little bit of a dressing down. And he did in that order, because the way that his new supposedly good attorney argued was a joke. It was a joke. It was a fucking joke. Most of them are out of town. I'll tell you that much. Most of them don't live here, you know? Oh, my daughter's pups love a pup cup. They love it. It's like whipped cream, mostly, I believe. But my daughter's husky used to get it even as a puppy at Starbucks. And it would give her Aurora her little pup cup. She loved her little pup cup. Why is my phone vibrating? What's happening here? Hold on. Please hold while the next subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Well, I don't know why anyone would support him at this point, you know? Oh, thank you, Delsina. There are a lot of people who listen and are at work, so they can't really chat much in chat, and I appreciate them. There are people who donate, who don't pop into chat simply because either they just don't want to, they're not comfortable yet, or they can't because they're working. And I appreciate all of you guys for watching, for being here, for donating. You know, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Well, maybe there might be 5 or 10. You know, I don't think you're going to see much more than that. You know what I mean? Yes, he wants the coverage that's favorable to him. Anything that's not favorable to him, he's going to lose his ever-loving fucking. Oh yeah, see, she's here. Going to lose his ever-loving fucking mind. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it works, you know? Marsha! So now that Marsha's here, I could say big thank you to Marsha. Yesterday, I got a package in the mail, and it was this pink neon sign, and it says, treat yourself. It was on the wish list, and it is adorable and cute, and we love it. The girls love it. Thank you so much, Marsha. I had 3 like neon signs on the wish list. One was the coffee one that Marsha got me when I first set up my little coffee corner there. One was the treat yourself, and one was for like the movie one that I intend to put above the cotton candy machine and the popcorn machine there. So thank you so much, Marsha. The kids love it. They love it. I love it. It's adorable. I love it. You know, it's aesthetic sometimes. It's nice. Like, you feel good when everything looks good, you know? Like, you feel good when you look good, right? Like, I have this event on the 19th. I need to, like, box dye my hair before then or something. I need to attempt to do something with my eyebrows. I would love to get my nails done, but those are, like, hefty these days. So that's probably out of the budget. But I think a $15 eyebrow wax might be due for that, for sure. And a box dye, because we're gonna have to do something with these grays. They gotta go. They got to go. And I gotta get a shirt. I gotta get a freaking shirt. Well, I have the canopy now. I just need the rest of the walls to keep all the sun out. It comes with one wall, the pink canopy. So we have one wall, but what I found is when the sun starts to like move, that I have to turn the tent like this way so the wall is like on the side of me. So there's the other three walls to go with it are on there, so they would cover like the whole thing in case it started raining. We could still be outside underneath it, and like it wouldn't be. You know how rain sometimes comes down sideways, and it wouldn't be coming in through the three unblocked areas, you know. But the tent's pink. It's pink, and it's got one wall that comes with it. So you know you need the other one. You need the other ones in case it starts raining, because I still like being outside, raining or not. I prefer to sit, especially when it's raining, because then you get that cool breeze. You know, it's not as hot or humid, and you can still be outside. I'd love to like play cards under there, you know, like do s'mores with the kids. Like, although we don't have a fire pit anymore, which kind of sucks. You know, at the old apartment it was a built-in fire pit into the ground, so we don't have one of those. They do sell those like above the ground fire pit things, but they're kind of expensive. But nonetheless, we like to be outside. You know, we like to be outside. My kids like to ride their little scooters and stuff up and down the driveway because it's pretty long, and I can sit, you know, underneath the tent, and they can ride their little scooters. Listen, never hate pink. It's my favorite color. Listen, if anybody should hate pink, it should be my husband, to be fair. To be fair, if anybody hated the color pink, it should be my husband. And yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care as long as things function. He doesn't give a shit what color they are. He will act like if I take his flip-flops, which that's what I really need to put on there, is a pair of flip-flops for myself, because I keep stealing my husband's, and obviously they're way too big. They're like clown shoes. But I keep stealing them to wear them around the house when he's at work. And so if I steal them to wear them around the house, and I have to like go downstairs for any reason, even to meet my sister or something, like, yeah, guess what? I take them, and so he'll want to go outside and be like, there's nothing for me to take. And then he will literally take my pink slippers. He doesn't care. Hold on one second, guys. Let me go take my pee real quick, because I am like doing the pee dance from drinking that whole bottle of water. So give me 1 second before I go into the rest of these intanties with these people. I'll put the donation information up for a second in case anybody wants to do it while I'm pee-peeing. Please all. Yellow. Sorry, my sister lost her phone, and I had to pee at the same time. But she was like, I can't find my phone. I lost it. I'm calling you from my watch. I'm like, so can you just call my phone? Okay, bye. She wanted me to call until she found it, and she just found it. So I did my good big sister deed for the day, you know? I would have loved to help I think about all the time, like the things that like I would have been able to do now with my dad, you know? Like if he was alive, like all the things that we would have done as adults, like building go-karts like my dad did for us when we were kids. And like fixing a car, like doing things like that I would have done, with my dad. And, I hope obviously one day my kids get to do all those things with their dad, especially because I didn't get to do them with mine, Oh my God, I will attempt to not let you pee yourself or trip, Dark Side, I promise. But please don't trip. Don't trip. All right. One more time, Aiden, what was that?
I need witnesses who are at the rolling rally.
Hey, Pepper.
I don't know everyone's name who is at the rolling rally. There's a couple of people I've reached out to who don't want to testify for some reason. They're like, I don't want to get involved. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. It's not like my life's on the line or anything.
It's not like my life's on the line or anything. Your life isn't on the line, sir. Your life isn't on the line, sir. Yeah, my dad was 42 when he passed. I was 21, but I had just been an adult, right? I had just gotten sober and I didn't get to do any of those things, unfortunately. But my sisters were much younger. My sister, you guys met yesterday, is 7 years younger than I am. And my sister who's disabled is 9 years younger than I am. So they were still in high school and middle school. So it was tough, for the whole family. But I feel you. My dad was very young as well, 42. So it's tough. It's tough. Does he, first of all, his life is not on the line. All right, let's be very clear about this. His life is not magically on the fucking line. All right. He's not going to jail for 100 years. All right. So here's an interesting tweet, right? Moni said, Aiden stated he was going to read out the report at a later date, which I found really odd because he's been blaming Meredith for ages and getting his cult to attack her based on the fact that he says she hacked his accounts with zero evidence. And if Aiden had the proof, he would be using it to get his cult to attack Meredith even more. So why hasn't he read the report? Because it doesn't exist, right? And so this person, Gardening Queen account, okay, says, hey, Dr. Turtleboy, hi, what happened to that expert you paid $15K so that they could prove that Meredith hacked into your account? Where they be? Where's that report? Oh, right, they be nowhere because it doesn't exist and Meredith never hacked you. Do you ever tire of lying? When you're in prison, you can think about that. Must suck knowing this is your last summer with your family for a while. And so someone else said, I honestly pity anyone who thinks Dr. Turtleboy doesn't have receipts. All in good time. He's busy right now, says this chick, right? This is hilarious, right? So Haley Walbrecht, which is Jason, says, let's be clear. Although I won't release it because I'd much rather people correctly call him out for not sharing it, his receipts don't match what's in the cart. They prove the opposite of what he has said. Gee, I wonder why that possibly could be. Thank you, Pepper. It was definitely an accomplishment for the walk. I literally thought I was going to pass out and die, although I did it. It was a little, discouraging on the end of my stream kept cutting out because we're in the fucking woods and didn't have that great of reception. And because I had to end it early, my phone ended it early for me, it died. And then I plugged it into the car and it just wouldn't go past 1%. So that happened. And then, so I didn't really have a chance to even make a single penny yesterday, which was the whole point of trying to take the day off, was trying to make a little more the day before so I could take the day off. So I couldn't take the day off. So I did the damn thing, but it was a good accomplishment. We both did the walk and I was not planning to listen, when we first drove in, it's a very long road from the bottom of it all the way to the top. Right. And I'm like, wait a second, you want to walk all the way from the parking lot, all the way up to the park? You're for realsies right now. And my sister's like, yeah. I'm like, are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to kill me? I'm asking, just asking, like, you, ma'am, trying to freaking kill me. Like, and this is why we tried to do it early in the morning, because there's no chance I would have been doing it if it was like an hour later. Because, and I'll tell you right now, like, my husband had to like massage my freaking legs last night because I could not move. And it's not much better today. So my sister was like, how about we try like less far, like every other day? And I was like, maybe I could do every other day or a couple of times a week, because I cannot do every day. My legs hurt so bad right now. And I'm already in a fibro flare up. I'm in a friggin' psoriasis flare up, which if you have psoriasis, you know how itchy and scaly and it hurts. Like, because you little shooting pain, like it hurts. So I'll tell you this, my body fucking hurts. It feels like I was hit by a Mack truck. A fucking Mack truck is what it feels like. I kid you not. Yeah, YouTube is weird. Meta is down for everyone today. Facebook does not work for anybody. I couldn't get my stream working on Facebook. And I realized it was down for literally every single person. So it's not just me. I do not feel bad for him at all. It is self-inflicted wounds. You know who I feel bad for? All the people who have been targeted by him, including myself. I know, right? Listen, he offered. I accepted. I didn't ask him to. He offered. He knew I was hurting, and he was like, you look horrible. And I was like, thanks, babe. Thanks, babe. Thanks so much, babe. Thank you so much. My husband knows how much I struggle with my mobility, especially how much, like, how mobile and, like, just how many things I used to love to do. Like, he's like, you love walking those trails. And I'm like, yeah, we won't be walking the trail. We'll just be walking the, main road or whatever. But he knew that I was going to come back in rough shape. He knew I was going to come back in rough shape. And to be fair, I am in rough shape. My hips and my legs hurt. My feet, but mostly my hips and legs, honestly. And I try not to take too much like aspirin or ibuprofen because it's not good for me and all of the rest of my shit, yeah, it's, you do what you can. Yeah, it's bad. Girl, listen, I'm telling you, my husband's super helpful. Even when it comes to, like, if I, on his day off, was like, hey, my friend needs help moving, like, he would do it, right? He's been contemplating going over to my neighbor's house that's like on the street behind us, because we can see their stuff from our house. We can see that they haven't opened their pool yet. And so my husband was thinking, like, maybe they're older and can't afford to hire a company to open it, or maybe there's something wrong with it that's really expensive to fix. Like, maybe my husband could just fix it for them, just because, he built pools. So, like, he knows how to do it. So I've been contemplating, like, just going over and, like, knocking on the door and asking if there's anything he could do to help them, get it open for them or fix something for them. So he's just one of those people, you know what I mean? Like, he's very much like me in that way, where if there's something that he sees that he thinks that he can help with, that's not going to cost him anything but time, right? Like, he's going to do it, because I can give you all the time in the world, all the knowledge that I have that can help. The only thing I can't give is financials, right? Like, I can't even give that to myself, never mind someone else. But I try to do, whatever good karma thing I can do. And if that is helping a neighbor, like, so be it. And remember, this is our new neighborhood, so we haven't really been able to meet, besides people that live in the same, apartments that I live in, really meet any of the other surrounding neighbors yet, because it's been shit weather up until recently. So nobody's really outside. We've got the people across the street. There's a really cute elderly guy across the street that always watches my daughter do little tricks on her scooter and bike. And the other day he was like, oh, I see you. She was doing like a figure eight now. And he's like, I see you finally got it. And she was like, yes, I did. She's so proud. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, that's what you want to do. Like, there might be elderly people, we used to do, help shovel the car in the driveway of the elderly woman and her elderly mother too, across from us at the old place, and we still keep in touch with them in case they need help. So yeah, you do what you can for other people, especially if it's, it's not going to cost you anything but time. Why not? If you have the time, there's no reason not to, Okay, so where is, hold on, I gotta find it, hold on. This one. Apparently Ethel had a whole crash out about her not hitting that dog. You guys remember the dog, right? Remember? I remember her not crashing out about not hitting the dog. Well, guess what?
Who said I hit? Is Mo Esquire the person that said I hit a dog? That beagle that was running in the street?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay,
So there are there's two houses. I've seen this floating around, and I didn't know if it was this Mo Esquire person that was doing it. I drive by there all the time. There's a house on the corner that has a camera right on the edge. I'm actually going to go and ask for it.
I'm going to ask to see if I hit the
I'm going to just go ask for the camera.
Yeah, because, you know, a private citizen is just going to hand you over their footage. Yep, that's just definitely a rational thing to be like, I'm going to go to a random address and they have a camera and I'm going to ask if I could just have it. Like, are you fucking all right, Ethel? Like, do you think that they're just going to hand you over their private cam footage? Like, in what, if some stranger kept knocking on my door, came and knocked on my door and was like, can I have your private footage from this day to see if I, like, fuck no. Fuck no, am I giving you my footage? Like, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of my property, dude. See you later. You know? That's all you can do. You know, I'm big with not just helping people you know, but even strangers. Like, I'm big on, like, if you see someone at the grocery store and they're like counting how much it's going to cost them to buy something, that means they're on a fucking budget. You know what I mean? Like, and if I have an extra $20, like, you give it to the cashier to give to them, you know, like, I'm just saying, like, I'm big on doing like little things like that to help strangers, because I'm one of those people that doesn't have someone to call. Like, who am I going to fucking call? The Ghostbusters? Like, you know, my sister doesn't have money to help me. Like, who am I going to, I don't have family alive to call and be like, I'm struggling. I need some help. Can you give me X amount of dollars? Right? Like, I don't have that. That's not going to happen. So I'm big on helping other people like that, because it makes, and it's my own personal thing, but it makes me think, like, in my mind, like, what if they are in the same position that I'm in, right? That they don't have anyone else to call to help them or borrow or who would give them, you know, X amount to help. Like, and so in my mind, like, if I can do what I can do to help them, like, it just makes me feel better, if that makes sense. It makes me feel better that, like, I could help someone else, and hopefully, like, sometime in life when they have it a little better, like, they remember that and they do it for someone else, you know? Like, that's what you hope happens, you know? She's lost her fucking ever-loving marbles, dude. She's a few fries short of a motherfucking Happy Meal.
Footage.
Right?
I'm also going to call the police department, because if you remember,
I wish you were all my neighbors.
First of all, this is absolutely insane. Hold on a second.
I'm going to call the police department and ask, police department, did I accidentally hit a dog? Yeah, that's probably a great idea, Ethel. Call them and ask them if you accidentally hit a dog. That's, you know, that definitely is rational. Oh my God, your poor cat. Your cat's like, who the fuck? This lunatic. I need to play the clip where, did anybody, I mean, for those of you who don't have, actually didn't see it, but I have to play the clip where she called in to Will's show. You guys are going to love that one.
Wait, I'm getting gaslit. I'm getting a gaslit again. I called the police about the dog. I followed on my live stream the dog to a house. The dog was in a yard. There were people doing construction on the property. I rang the Ring camera of the property and I said, is this dog yours? It's in your backyard. And the owner answered and said, no, that's not our dog. And I was like, okay, well, I contacted the police.
Okie dokie. The better thing to do would have been get the dog, Ethel. Get the fucking dog and help the animal, you fuck. Like, that would have been the smart thing to do. Is this one we already played? I feel like it is.
Witnesses?
Yeah. That's the one where he cries. Yeah, gaslit. Like, I'm sorry, that's all she does. Yeah, the dog with the Ring camera. The dog and the Ring camera. You know, the dog and the Ring camera. Because it's normal to talk like that. Completely fucking normal. See, I was going to get my Stitch hat out. You know, apparently this is a new fad. But I could not find my Stitch hat that matches this. You know, like, you know, I could not. what's this one? Moni said, just because you're elderly doesn't mean you're protected under New Hampshire laws for the elderly, especially when you're the instigator. Yeah, that's not how it works. When you're the instigator of something, the court's going to be so fun with her. Like, no news on the Poolgate investigation other than she's doubling down on it this morning, apparently. She has now doubled down. But the Sparkle Balls here thinks that somehow, some way she can run into the court and say, oh, these people harassed me because they said things to me after I've been harassing them and saying things about them for months. They decided to then reply back and now they're harassing me. Yeah, see, Sparkly, that's not the way it works, darling. Right? That's not I was gonna wear my Stitch hat, but I couldn't find it. But that's not the way it works. It's not the way it works there, bud. It's not the way it works. You cannot instigate and then cry fake victim, like perpetual fake victim turtle of the sewer, right? That's not the way it works. New Hampshire is actually very strict when it comes to people filing false reports and wasting the court's time. So if the court gives you a dressing down, which I suspect they will after you admitted to calling people's jobs, both of these people, by the way, before they ever said a fucking single word to you, you're calling their jobs and, yeah, she's not original, not even a little bit. I don't think she can think up a single original thing, but, I digress. You call people's job. Look, she's got 2 QR codes on the screen, right? It's just the StreamYard. Why the fuck do you have a StreamYard QR code? That's fucking weird, right? And I'm assuming this one would be her Venmo or Cash App or something. This is the Sparkle, right? She called Will. Wait until I get that one on the screen. You guys are gonna love that one.
Interesting. Are you a senior citizen? That is a protected class. I
am a senior citizen. Yeah, that's not a protected class. You don't just get protected just because you're a senior citizen. That's not the way it works. If you commit a crime or you instigate, you don't just get full protection for doing that. Yeah, see, that's not the way the law works.
am considered a senior citizen. In the state of New Hampshire, over 60 is considered elderly. So I guess I'm considered elderly. And there is a statute for elder abuse.
Honey, elder abuse is for like when people steal your money and take advantage of like living in your home, and they're supposed to be like using your assets and they like use it for their own pleasure, or when they're beating up someone they're taking care of. Elder abuse is not you called these people's jobs and endlessly made these ridiculous statements of fact about them that were defamatory, and then they used their First Amendment rights to then tweet back about it. That's not elder abuse, darling. Maybe you should do like a little bit more like research before you spit things out that simply aren't true in any capacity whatsoever. It feels sad for like her, whatever her audience is, of the audience of people that would believe some of this nonsense that comes out of some of these people's mouths. You do not, elder abuse is not somebody said something to you on the internet after months of you fucking harassing them and calling their job. It's not the way it works.
People over the age of 60.
I swear,
so that would be
Belly
interesting.
and Little separated at birth.
Oh, Jody.
They show the clip. Regardless, harassers face serious criminal charges and civil consequences, including protective orders, restraining orders, and potential jail time, regardless of the perpetrator's age. I can't. Yeah, she's in for a rude awakening when she goes to court. The fact that she even like at this point is going to show up and show her face in that courtroom is fucking hilarious to me, because with the evidence that they have against her, the judge is going to be not so happy with her. I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much. She was a nurse, apparently. Yeah, she does know what elder abuse is. It's just pretending. Once again, she likes to feign ignorance about things like, oh, well, I didn't know, and do this whole like pretending thing that she used to do. And some people rightly called it out back then, where they were like, she acts like she don't know, but it seems like she does, right? Like, and I think they rightly called it out back then that she was just pretending even then, right? Like, come on, dude, stop it. Yeah, when someone is stealing from your bank account, or they're beating you while they're your PCA or they're your caregiver, like that would be elder abuse. It's not elder abuse to talk shit to a 60-year-old woman who has called your job endlessly and made false reports because she's part of a sewer turtle cult. That's not how it works, Nurse Ratched. It's not the way it works. You'd swear she works for fucking Dr. Kevorkian. What kind of nurse? In my opinion, these are the kind of nurses y'all need to watch the fuck out for. If you're that easily misled, by money and attention, then I do not want you as my nurse. Sorry, not sorry. Of course, this is all the actual legal information that she doesn't seem to yet grasp, but you guys can look at that yourselves, but she doesn't yet grasp how that works. Yeah, no. You know what I mean? She has relentlessly, like Moni said, like, you're speaking, it's about relatives and others who steal, assault, harm, and take advantage of the elderly, not protecting some fucking loony psychopath who sits on X and YouTube harassing and stalking Meredith, Jen, Nan, Leah, and others, and then screams harassment when they defend themselves. You only hate them because you're defending Aiden, hoping you will become this big YouTuber and make some money. You have never been genuine to either side. I agree. I think she tried to take it, and I offered to help her with like StreamYard and getting her shit started, like, because I would offer that to anyone, right? Who wanted to get started on YouTube. But I think she was taking advantage of people's kindness. And I think honestly, she wanted to just, where she was going to go where she thought the money was, bottom line, where she thought the attention and the money was. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would have done the same thing if I saw someone who was abusing an elderly person. Listen, elderly people are fucking amazing. Okay, let me just throw that out there. They have such wisdom. I could listen to elderly people's stories about life forever. All day, every day. Like, again, one of the shitty parts of not having a car is I cannot go volunteer at my local, elderly facility and go visit with these people, which I would love to fucking do. Some of them don't have family or relatives who can visit them anymore because they've all passed away. And like, just having someone to like, it's kind of like having a pen pal, but in this day and age where people, volunteers like myself would go and visit and like play cards with them or listen to their stories about life and experiences, and like I could do that all day, every fucking day, dude. Like I could literally sit there and just listen to them all day, every day. You know what I mean? Oh, he's a former detective. Oh, that poor guy. She called the state and said we're abusing my mother. See, that's retaliatory. That's retaliation. Of course she fucking did. To be fair, I'm going to tell you this much. I don't think the state, at least here in Massachusetts, does a good job of actually vetting when a call comes in about elder abuse. Because I'll tell you that if the elder is too scared to say, yes, I'm being abused, and they say, no, I'm not, then guess what happens? They close it and they go, oh, well, the elder said they're not being abused, and they do nothing. So to be fair, I don't think they're trained well enough to know, like, what coercive control is, why someone would lie about being abused. Also, why are you having these interviews with the abuser in the room? You think that they're going to tell you with the abuser standing right over them so that when you leave, they can be abused further? Like, fucking do better, state of Massachusetts. Do the fuck better, okay? Because there's been many resulting in that, where they close the case and don't do a damn thing because you're asking the elder in front of the abuser if the abuser, you know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Oh, I'm sure he fucking did. And I'm sure the state came out and while the guy was there was like, hey, is this guy abusing you? And what's the guy going to say? You know what I mean? He's going to say no while the guy's standing right there, Like, that's what I mean. Like, they don't do a good job of actually vetting this shit and knowing, like, when they're being abused. It really disgusts me. It disgusts me. It is so muggy. That's why I'm inside. There's no way I could be outside right now, Well, I mean, I think retirement age is like 68 now, or 67 or 68. Like, had a key. So I had a key to my elderly neighbor's apartment too, that used to live above me in the old place. And I helped take care of him and his bills for years. And I still, he chose, and I would have loved for him to just come live here with us. But his brothers helped him like empty his apartment. Because he had been living there with his girlfriend until she had passed. Obviously, you guys know that she passed a while back. And so I had helped for a while until he moved. He lives down the street, but he moved into it's like one room, he has like a kitchenette, whatever. I would have preferred that he stayed with us so that he didn't have to share shared spaces like that with a bunch of other people. But I still help when he needs my help. He'll call and I'll help him with whatever it is, whether it's his, cable bill or, finding the number for a place, whatever it is. And I still make sure that he's okay and alive and well and how his doctor's appointments went, so on and so forth, because he's like family now. He's like fucking family to us. You got to check in on people who are your family, even chosen family, chosen family matters too, Oh, hell no. I am sure you are, because how do you prove it? You know what I mean? Like you could say it and they could be like, oh, that never happened. What they do a lot of the time is say, oh no, they're on medications, they're delusional, or oh, a lot of the times if a patient with like Alzheimer's or dementia says something like that, then they're like, oh no, it's just the dementia, it's just the Alzheimer's. Like, first of all, you never just dismiss what they have to say. You want to know why? There's a case specifically of a man who died of poisoning. Okay. His wife, 6 weeks after they got married, poisoned him. Okay. And she had lost her first husband in some car accident with a tractor trailer, and she was about to receive a $1.7 million settlement. And they had like agreed for him to spend a little bit on it of like starting his own company. He was like the foreman of a construction company already, but like, you know, wanted to start his own company, which would have been smart for them financially anyway. But she was so greedy that the day they got married, he told her, like, he added her to his $300,000 life insurance policy. And within 6 weeks of them getting married, for an entire year afterwards, started poisoning this man. Ultimately killed him with one large dose when he was already in the fucking hospital, literally screaming in pain. Okay, this man died painfully and over a long period of time. Okay, you definitely probably did see this one on Dateline. This one was from the 90s, but the guy's name was Bob. Oh God, what was his last name? Hold on. He was only 32. He was 32 years old. Okay. He didn't have any kids of his own. She had one daughter who was 4. Bobby Curley, that was his name, Robert Bobby Curley. He was 32 years old at the time of his death. And he was hardworking. He cared about family and wanted kids of his own at some point, right? And she spent 11 months, over an 11-month period of time, suffer in the hospital and out screaming in pain, screaming. They had to strap him down. So they could not figure out what was wrong with him, right? They could not fucking figure out what was wrong with him. And like 2 days before he ultimately died, so after she gave him the lethal dose of it in iced tea, in a cup of iced tea at the hospital, he said to one of the nurses, she's trying to kill me, help me. And they just, they just thought he's delusional, right? Because he's been, seeing hearing things because he's in so much pain that it's like that, but yeah, I mean, and here's the saddest part about this whole thing. He went into a coma and was declared brain dead, and then she took him off of the machine, of course. They didn't catch her for 5 years. So he died in 1991. They didn't catch her until 1996. And then she agreed to plead guilty to a 3rd-degree murder charge. And then she gave the details like to how, why, when, and where she did it. Okay. She served a 20-year sentence and was released in 2016 before she was even 50 or 60. He suffered. And had they listened to him, maybe, then it wouldn't have taken 5 years to catch her, right? And maybe they could have stopped it. She killed him with a high dose of thallium, right? First tried rat poisoning and then thallium, which is something that's highly regulated and like not something that you would be able to get your hands on fairly easily, And so they could not figure out how he got the thallium in his system, Yeah, you do, Oh, that's so sad. Oh, see, I hate that when you let the house go to ruin when someone's passed it along to you. Like, I wish, but 5 years it took to catch her. You know what I mean? Yeah, she was lucid, I bet, because listen, he was lucid, but obviously he was like in pain a lot to the point where he's screaming, yelling, and he's like, my wife, she's trying to kill me, help me. And they just, no, listen, but how are you supposed to know, Lisa? Like, how are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know that it's not something that like she just thinks is happening because, she's suffering or in pain, or maybe she does have dementia, or maybe she does have, like, how do you know? Like, there's no way for you to know, right? And even if you had said, like, someone is doing this to my mother, that nursing home was going to try to cover their own ass. No doubt about it. They would have erased cameras. They would have hid shit. Like, no doubt about it. They would have tried to save their own ass. And there is no way you would have done anything that would have helped her in time anyway. Right? Like, that's the bottom line, is there's nothing you could have done. That's the sad part, you know? You could have tried, but I don't think there's anything you would have been able to do in time. No antifreeze. This was in 1991, so it was rat poison and then Valium, which is wild. But all right, hold on. Let me see. Where's? Okay, here we go. I put this one in here as a little pick me up. This man is 106 years old. Okay, he did it at 100. He did this at 102, and he wanted to do it again 4 years later at 106. Like, God bless this fucking man. He is 106.
Yeah, go man.
106. Like, you freaking go, sir. You
Entered
go.
106 on Friday. You ready? You gotta get a little closer. It's up to you.
Oh, he's went right past the person with the buoy. He said, nope, screw that. I want to swim.
You got it? Get behind the feet.
He's like, get away from me with this thing. I want to swim. Like, good for him. I love it. I needed to show that as a little pick-me-up. Like, 106. Good for him. I don't think I'll live that long, but, like, God bless that man. God bless that man. I love it. You start dying when you stop living, says Dallas. I agree. I agree. Okay, hold on. This was for 11 hours ago. During live, right? God bless that man. During said live, Aiden claimed these to be that of his ex-partner Meredith, because Aiden and Chelsea and whoever else was involved in a lie used an outdated IP tracker that gave just a basic general vicinity area of Boston. It was convenient then, not so much now, right? I have heard of Harold Shipman. Yes, I have. Yeah, I actually watched an entire thing on Shipman, and me and my husband did, and we were fucking shocked, because a lot of the times I don't hear about a lot of these UK cases. But that was one that me and my husband, and I was like, I've never heard of this guy before. And we watched an entire thing on Shipman, and it was obviously fascinating, but obviously very, very sad, you know? So this is so funny. Circling back to Aiden's how to catch a hacker joke of a stream, this screen grab from his live are of the IP logs he claimed, quote, hacked him that night. Sadly for Aiden, as was proven back then, these are his own IP addresses, which are all verifiable in his own report, which they are. Which they are. So fucking funny. Like, he's one dumb motherfucker, right? He can't help himself but to not keep up with his own lies. Oh, here's another crash out. I'm not sure what Ethel says here, but let's check it out, shall we?
This whole space depends on people being able to say what they want, when they want, and how they want.
5 minutes later.
It's unfair to ask us listeners just to believe you without receipts for Baker. You're getting deleted because I've been watching you the whole time, and
Oh, you're deleted. Deleted. I mean, okay. So, for instance, someone says this to me, right? It's unfair to ask us listeners to just believe you without receipts about Baker. The proper response would have been like, you know what? You don't have to believe me. That's okay. It's my opinion. This is what I think. Not all receipts can be given out all the time. Like, I have a ton of receipts about certain things, but like, if I give them out, they are easily traced back to an individual who then could be harassed, right? So like, you got to kind of weigh what receipts you're going to give and what receipts you're not going to give and why, right? And so this would be the conversation that I had with a chatter who said that. My instant reaction wouldn't be, hey, fuck you, I'm deleting you because I don't like it. I don't like that I don't have a receipt.
I've seen you, and you've been. This whole space depends on people being able to say what they want, when they want, and how they want.
5
minutes later.
It's unfair to ask us listeners just to believe you without receipts for Baker. You're getting deleted because I've been watching you the whole time, and I've seen you, and you've been
and you've been saying things that I don't like. So she should do the shovel thing. You know what I mean? Like the shovel thing, and that would help. You know, should do a whole Aiden thing. Harold Shipman actually died in 2004 but I believe it was the 90s. Yeah, that he was caught, I believe. Let me see. Just trying to see what year. His last victim was Kathleen Grundy, a former mayoress of Hyde, who was found dead at her home on the 24th of June, 1998. He was the last person to see her alive. He later signed her death certificate, recording the cause of death as old age. Her daughter, solicitor Angela Woodruff, became concerned when fellow solicitor Brian Burgess informed her that a will had been made, apparently by her mother, with doubts about its authenticity. The will excluded her and her kids, but left the equivalent of $749,000 in 2025 to Shipman. So at her urging, Woodruff went to police, who began the investigation. Her body was exhumed and found to have contained traces of heroin, often used for pain control in terminal cancer patients. I don't know when they used heroin back then, but cool. Shipman claimed that Grundy had been an addict and showed them comments he had written to that effect in his computerized medical journal. However, police examination on his computer showed that the entries were written after her death. He was arrested on the 7th of September, 1998. And he was found to have owned the Brother typewriter that made the forged will. So in 2003, which was 3 years after he had been convicted, a paper by David Spiegelhalter and others found that Shipman's mortality rates had been broadly in line with national rates between 1998 and 1994 and started increasing in 1995. They suggested that statistical monitoring could have led to an alarm being raised at the end of 1996, although not before, when there had already been 67 excess deaths of Shipman's female patients aged over 65 before reaching 119 in 1998, when suspicions were first actually raised. And so his trial began the 5th of October, 1999. He was charged with the murders of 15 women by lethal injections of diamorphine between 1995 and 1998. And they list all of them here, of course. All of them were women. Shocker, right? And then his legal representative tried unsuccessfully to have the Grundy case tried separately, as a motive was shown by the alleged forgery of the will on January 31st, 2000. After 6 days of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. Life imprisonment on all 15 counts of murder. He died in 2004. Yeah, it's very, very dangerous. So yeah, it's, 90s, early 2000, he was found guilty on 15 murders. Sad. Oh my God, that's horrible. Your poor auntie. She's probably horrified. Because how is she supposed to know? You know what I mean? You don't know that the doctor is a Kevorkian. You know what I mean? How are you supposed to know that? How are you supposed to know that? Yeah, you were close. What is her part in any of this from way back? She came to the scene late in the trial to damage after flapping her lips. So before this, she caused a lot of ruckus in her own, of course, where she lives. Like, people did not appreciate, her. There was a lady who got a restraining order on her, okay, in her own town because she harassed them into oblivion. She had been fired from every journalistic job. Really, what she did was try to get a job at the Fall River Reporter so she could cover the Karen Read case. She saw its popularity and wanted in on that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can say what you want as long as you don't disagree. That's sad. So really, at least in my opinion, all she really wanted was the attention, and her way of getting that was to pander to Aiden because he was on the side of the movement, and she needed it on that movement. She needed to make nicey nice with him. So she made nicey nice with him, even after she admits that she wanted to unalive herself after his hit piece against her, and after she admits that he lied in that hit piece, and then she reached out to him and he still didn't correct anything or redact anything, which he's never gonna do, and he never has. But he's all good and great and everything still. He would never still just do that to people, right, Ethel? Right? Imagine actually trying to be some sort of champion for that man after all that. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but that just shows everyone that you just want the attention. Oh, you're poor. But I'm sure she found out afterwards, right? And she was probably like, what the actual fuck? Right? There are two Merediths, yes. No, there are two Merediths. One is, his ex, and the other is MLF. She is not a TV girl, pal. I don't know if there's another one after that, but hold on. I have to give you guys a clip where Jess calls Will, because it's fucking hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. Where is it? Where is the clip? Where is the clip? I see everything I bookmark on my phone doesn't fucking bookmark. Like, what is the goddamn problem here? Let's see if I can look it up this way. Yeah, because it's highly regulated. Like, it's not something you'll find in any product. You can't buy it in the store. Like, usually, like, universities and labs and things like that have them, but they have to account for all of them. And so the guy had worked in a lab redoing part of a university at the time. And so they thought that's where he could have come in contact with it, which is why it took them 5 years to figure it out. But it's not. All of their Valium was accounted for. So I feel like she's always confused, literally. Let me see. And the Glare has integrity that isn't for sale, unlike Jess Machado. I don't know who the fuck said that, but that's wild. Of course, his integrity is for sale. It always has been and always will be. Like, is that for real? Of course it is. Like, stop it. That's ridiculous. Oh, wait, what did James Jackson post? Let me tell you another shocker. She's been speaking this way the whole time, but because now Dr. Turtleboy is against her, it's okay to speak about it. Now, my friend, you are the definition of a coward. TV, come get your man, Glarer. What? Hold on. I need to see what this is. I don't know what this is, but we're going to find out.
Look at this fucking
Ethel.
So a car just came out of a side street and slammed on its brakes because it almost hit the side of my vehicle, right? And shocker, it is what looks like a Haitian Amazon delivery person in their own car. Shocker. Shocker.
That's called a flex driver, bitch, okay? And flex drivers work on their own fucking time picking up the overload of Amazon packages that the logistics company, like my husband's logistics company, can't do, right? So if my husband has 400 packages for the day, which is a fucking lot, right? Then he can't take on another 100. Then what happens is all of those extra packages for Amazon or whatever other company need packages delivered go to what's overflow, right? And overflow, if it's Amazon overflow, goes to Amazon Flex drivers. You can sign up on Amazon Flex app, and they use their own car, and they deliver packages. Amazon. Speaking of Amazon, it came by my home today, right now. As a matter of fact, this is the stuff that Magic got. Thank you, Magic. I appreciate you. I would never, ever share your real name. I would never share anyone's real name. Y'all don't need that. So what does it come with, you might ask? And we say thank you to Magic. It comes with a very cute My Melody Hello Kitty pink spatula. I love it. It was on my wish list, and I absolutely love it. It's freaking adorable. And yes, it's pink, all right? Don't criticize me, all right? And the grater. And yes, the handle is pink, if you're going to ask, okay? And the Bella waffle maker that me and my kids are going to use amazingly and love. It says it fits anywhere in the kitchen. Save up to 50% on more space. It's an innovative hinge design. It flips the waffles 180 degrees in half the space, and they're fluffy 1/3-inch waffles, and they're ceramic non-stick cooking, and you can stand it up. You can stand it up and it stands alone. I love it. Thank you so much, Magic. Me and the kids will get great use out of this, especially this weekend. All right, let me go put this over here. Thank you so much. Okay. Right. Why is that a shocker? Like, why does that, I mean, what? Like, why does it matter I mean, this is the shit, right? Like, why does it matter I'm confused, like what the driver of something is? Like, if you want to talk about like what our state did when it came to like giving migrants preference over people who live here, or that's a whole different story, but that would be migrants of every country, right? But why does it matter that's somebody working, right? That's somebody making a living, paying taxes, like working. Taxes, by the way, that if you are a migrant and you don't have a social security number, you pay taxes that you don't get back, by the way. So like they pay into things that they're not going to get back. All right. So like I haven't heard this clip, but we're going to back it up so I can just hear the whole thing at once.
Look at this fucking, So clearly, a car just came out of a side street and slammed on its brakes because it almost hit the side of my vehicle, right? And shocker, it is what looks like a Haitian Amazon delivery person in their own car. Shocker. Shocker. Okay. My heart rate just went so crazy. I mean, he slammed on his brakes. He was like, whatever.
I can't. She can't help herself. She can't. No, I didn't watch Bang's show. What was she bitching to? Was she bitching? She's a fucking asshole. She is an asshole. Brass tacks. I agree with you. She's a fucking asshole. Yes, it's pink. Thank you so much again, Magic. I know I said that 3 times already. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. I didn't watch. They not only allow chatters to be harassed, they celebrate it. Ew. Fucking ew. Like, I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. It's a lot, isn't it? Why does it matter? Like, what does it matter who the driver? I mean, again, who said it earlier? Was she going to say that if the driver was fucking Caucasian or looked Caucasian? Because technically, I look Caucasian, right? I can pass for white. I can also pass for Portuguese, right? My Spanish side and my Congolesian side, it doesn't really come out, but I am technically a person of color. Like, if you're looking at me and I'm driving and you're like, wow, look at that fucking Caucasian driver, and I'm not even fully white, like, what does that say about you? What does it matter what color I am when I'm fucking driving? Like, I'm sorry. Ethel, you have almost crashed how many times and you're bitching about someone else's driving, right? Like, didn't this morning she almost crash again? Like, what in the actual fuck are we doing here? Like, I mean, it's one thing to have your phone on and streaming, like if you're not looking at the phone, right? Like, it's another if you're looking at the comments and like, paying attention more to the fucking phone than you're on the goddamn road, Like, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck? And also, like, she puts out there who she wants you to vote for, right? So, like, you can imagine, like, these kind of statements are not going, like, wonder why no one she's ever backed has ever been elected. Because then people correlate her fucking disgusting statements with the shit she says, which is wild. Fucking wild. Right? She's perfect. We forgot. We forgot. She doesn't do any wrong at all. Like, I fucking cannot. I can't. I can't. No, Mike said that's a fact. So I think James's point was, let me tell you another shocker. She's been speaking this way the whole time, but now, because Dr. Turtleboy is against her, it's okay to speak about it. Now, my friend, you're the definition of a coward. TB, come get your man Glare. I mean, I can't. I can't. Where's Will's comment here from? Okay. Nope. Can't imagine why anyone might consider her to be racist at all. Is he serious? That's what the Glare said. Like, not for nothing, but pot, meat, kettle. Pot, meat, fucking kettle. Like, y'all are just bad. You know what I mean? Like, stop it. Stop. I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong. I love it. What did Mike say here? Mike said, Claire trying to tell Machado who she can accept money from is funny shit, dude. Pick up the dog shit from your dog. I can't. I cannot even deal with it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a pussy as well. He only says something after the cult blows its whistle and Aiden gives the okay, right? I have to find this clip of her calling in. Again, every time I fucking save it on my phone, for some godforsaken reason, it does not save it. Oh, you know what? Someone might have sent it to me. Hold on, let me see. No, thought it was maybe in this. Oh, wait, is this it? No, that's not it. No. I thought someone had sent it to me, but it looks like they didn't. But I know, fuck is it? Well, that's true. That's very true. Trying to find this clip here. Wait. Let's see, latest. Trying to look at. You know what? Let me see if second. We have to pull this up again. Hold on. Let's see here. It was a good fucking clip. You guys have to see it. And because I saved it on my phone and I bookmarked it on my phone. Oh, wait, is this it? It is. Here it is. I found it. Bookmarking it now, and then I can pull it up over here. Okay, here it is. I found it. I found it. All right, ready? She's never wrong, okay? But she has the audacity to ask for a timeline about when we're all gonna not talk about her ridiculousness. Listen, I don't give a fuck about this dude right here. I forgot he even existed, all right? But she now that he doesn't like her, now that he says so publicly, because, Aiden, allowed him to, right? Because that bitch boy needed his permission first. You needed to have his permission slip signed by the turtle of the sewer. Yeah, it's totally acceptable and okay. Before I play this clip, you guys are gonna love it. You might pee your pants. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty fucking funny at how stupid both of them are. Do me a favor and hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. Just smash the like button. Smash the like button. I'm gonna set a little goal on YouTube here for a couple super chats. So we haven't really been doing any super chats. Obviously, as we know, I definitely prefer the direct donations as a small channel, but super chats definitely help the channel as well. So I'm also trying to decide like when I will do this nighttime stream. Oh, wait until I show you. Hold on. Let me take it off the... You just reminded me of something. You just reminded me of something. All right, hold on. Ready? Oh, damn it. I got to put myself over here. Wait, how do I? Oh, right. There's an unfiltered filter little, folks. That is an unfiltered filter little photo. Yeah, this is the unfiltered version, you know, up close and personal. If you need bleach for your eyeballs, it's not my fault, all right? This is this is the up close and personal version of filter little, folks. So if you haven't seen the up close and personal unfiltered little, you have now seen it. Okay? You have now seen it. It has now been given to you. I mean, again, you've got to tell me, is there a resemblance? Just say, is there an actual resemblance here? We have a second one. Is there a resemblance here? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. You tell me. Sure. The thing? You decide. I shall not decide. You shall decide, okay? You decide. He could be. Who knows with him, right? Who fucking knows? Well, that's exactly what he does, right? His script is made by the turtle daddy, and he has to have, you know, full permission from the turtle to be able to shit on someone else. You know, all of his streams are petty streams because he has nothing else to talk about. I don't think he could talk about anything normal, right? He couldn't talk about war, recipes, family life, really anything for that matter. All he knows how to do is take the dog whistle. We don't like Ethel today? Cool, we do 5 shows on not liking Ethel and why. But he won't do them on his own, right? Not on his own. Like, listen, if I got fucking something to say, I'm gonna fucking say it. I don't need a whistle from anyone to talk about anything. I will talk about what the fuck I want, when the fuck I want, period. I don't need a whistle. As a matter of fact, dog whistles are jokes, okay? Ethel has a problem. Her self-importance is just as delusional as Aiden's is. This morning, and I quote, right? Was it this morning or last night? But she says that it's hard at the top, right? That people wish they were at the top like she is. Ethel, if you think that the top is lying to your audience about leaving YouTube so a rich person sends you $5,000, I am sorry. That it ain't it. It ain't it, bro. It ain't it. I apologize, KB. That ain't it. It ain't it, right? That's not being at the top, okay? You had to bitch, whine, cry, and she cried again last night, I believe. Bitch, whine, and cry, and pretend that you're not coming back to YouTube just to get people to donate a huge sum of money for you to take June off while you don't take June off. That's not being at the top, darling. That's just flat out misusing your platform to lie to your audience and make them feel bad, right? Like, shit. Then this morning, Ethel blamed her stepfather for how she is, how she behaves. Listen, if I could blame every abuser I've had in my life, which are a few before I was ever an adult, right? 2 before I was an adult, you know, once my domestic violence abuser and one my SA abuser from childhood. Like, if I could just blame them for being a shitty fucking human being, like, I guess no one would take accountability for anything, right? They're horrible people, and what they did was horrible, right? But I learned how to be a better person. I learned how to deal with a lot of really hard shit at a very young age, which probably in a way is to my detriment because then I just kind of stuff things sometimes until I'm ready to explode. But I'll tell you this. You cannot blame other people, regardless if you think they were abusive or said mean fucking things to you, right? And what she, you know, credits him with is he was mean. He said mean things to her. He called her fat. He whatever, right? While she puts her pom-poms up for the sewer turtle who does that exact same thing to literally everyone. But it's totally okay for Aiden to do it. It's not anything like what her stepdad did or said to her at all, right? At all. Make it make fucking sense. Aiden will never, and I will literally predict, he will never give receipts for any of his legal fees because his legal fees don't even add up to what he's already made in his legal defense fund. Make no mistake about that. I have no doubt in my mind Because as we know, from the time that he broke up with Meredith, everything had been covered and he still had like 15,000 extra or something like that, right? So I have no doubt in my mind that most of that shit's been paid for, right? If he's at all having to dip into his own money, it's probably been in the last few months. And that's why he's so hardly grifting for, I need it, I need it, I need it. Well, here's an idea. Stop committing crimes and stop being sued for doing things that could have been avoided by you just simply not doing them. You know? Love Taylor Swift. Love it. I believe she was given $5 grand and TV raised 80 grand when they show proof. I agree with you. I mean, they both lie. Who fucking knows, really? You know, who really knows what was raised and what wasn't, unless you tally up everything that was shown, right? I mean, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? She claims that the rich lady gave her $5 grand. Do we know that she did? Probably not. I don't know why you announced that anyway. I mean, it's a bad fucking look, but listen, I like to thank everyone who donates or contributes in any way. A large number like that, I would definitely want to say thank you publicly. May not give the person's name, but I also would want permission from them that it was okay to say thank you, even if I don't say their name. Because I don't want anybody targeted, you know, or anything like that. You don't want anybody harassed by the cult. She doesn't have to deal with that problem because, you know, she was part of a cult. So why are you going to deal with that? You don't get to deal with that, right? Not a thing, right? Now, watch this exchange. Make sure you guys smash that like button. I'll leave the donation information up for a second. It's Friday, y'all. Let's see if we can get a couple donos today coming in for today's stream. It's Friday. All right. How the fuck did I lose my place here? Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, ready?
And Jess, you're sitting here. I mean, you're putting yourself in a position here. You're like, I moved on and literally just posted that you won't let me move on. I won't let you move on. I won't let you. I won't let, like, this is exactly the kind of shit that I'm talking about from anybody. This, like, now you're getting into some fucking textbook shit. Glara's right. Hey, all can't see chat. Good to see you. It's me. I won't let Jess do something.
There goes his phone. She's calling now. There she goes. She's calling.
Yes.
You just commented that you weren't going to let me move on. Somebody just sent me a screenshot of you saying, I'm not going to let Jess move on.
No, I'm saying that I'm not gonna, it's not that I'm not gonna let you do anything. It's that I'm just not gonna fucking sit here and forget this is happening because you just want to fucking move on with your fucking content and continue to do whatever you're doing like it's okay to spread lies about people.
First of all, I didn't spread any lie. Second of all, when will you let it go then? Like, what's the time frame for this? Like, how long are you planning on dragging this on?
As long as I fuck.
What's the time frame for this? She has the audacity to say, what's the time frame for how long you're going to talk about me? I fucking can't. I can't. Well, says, I'm not going to forget that what you're doing is what you're doing. Forget what, Will? Like, you have no problem doing the exact same thing. Pot, meet kettle. Cult, eat the other. You're not in the cult anymore. You're being exorcised from the demons.
And what?
Okay. I never said one bad word about you on my platform. Not one.
She had a bit. What? I have to put that again. What is the time frame? What is going to be the time frame for this? What is the time frame for this? Okay.
Yes.
You just commented that you weren't going to let me move on. Somebody just sent me a screenshot of you saying, I'm not going to let Jess move on.
No, I'm saying that I'm not gonna. It's not that I'm not gonna let you do anything. It's that I'm just not gonna fucking sit here and forget this is happening because you just want to fucking move on with your fucking content and continue to do whatever you're doing like it's okay to spread lies about people.
First of all, I didn't spread any lie. Second of all, when will you let it go then? Like, what's the time frame for this? Like, how long are you planning
As
on
long
dragging
as
this
long
on?
as I fucking want.
Okay. Okay. I never said one bad word about you on my platform. Not one.
And
hold on one second, guys. I fucking can't. I can't. Is there a timeline for this? Yeah, we gotta have a timeline. Is there an actual timeline from when you decided to talk about me? Apparently, this morning, she went on a bit of a rant this morning saying she was, you guys love this, she was gonna give people until the end of June for this. I'm sorry, what now? What? 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 Like what? I'm confused. What? I'm totally. Okay, ready? We have another Ethel clip. You guys might like this one. Hold on. I already showed this one.
I mean, sure, you're an absolute fucking degenerate racist, right? But more
There's
than
those
that,
words.
you are like a creepy sexual predator, and that's never going away either.
There's those
you know,
words
you
again.
hate the blacks, you hate the Jews. You're fucking.
Who is she talking about?
She's talking about Baker, but she said
Anybody
she never
can
called
guess?
him a predator.
Herself. I don't know. I
Proctor.
feel. Oh, okay. See, I thought
She's
this
talking
was,
about Proctor.
which is why I asked you to give us a little background.
Oh, so now it's Frog's a degenerate racist, but you know. She said she would never apologize to Baker. For the record, I want to say Machado did indeed apologize to me. She kind of took it back and then kind of re-apologized and then kind of took it back. Oh, shocker. So you mean that she was very, let me decide whether it plays into me or not? Hold on, guys. Hold on one second, guys. As if my life couldn't get more difficult, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Her initial response was to apologize because I've done nothing wrong. To Baker, though, she will never say sorry. So she said she wasn't sorry, but then she said she was sorry when it came to Baker. And then she said again that she wasn't going to apologize until he got specific about what she was going to apologize for. Amazing to me. Okay, amazing. Hold on. It is a hate cult, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I think, she can't help herself, right? But to be her. She simply can't help herself but to be her. And unfortunately for her, it's not a good look. Oh, God. What did Filter Little have to say? Is she fucking retarded? Oh, my God. Yeah, so Filter Little is actually this dumb. I don't know why anybody goes to her for any sort of legal expertise on anything. She hasn't practiced in over a decade, and she actually has no fucking clue what she's talking about. Also, if you don't even know technology, that you have to be this dumb to say this, then I don't know what world you live in, okay? You're this dumb to believe that he didn't delete something on his own. You're fucking stupid. Meredith and her minions didn't take down any of Aiden's videos that prove that he is, first of all, the videos, all they do is prove his own words, right? So why would someone want a video down that's going to prove who he is, right? First of all of his videos have been saved by outside sources, including myself. Like the second he's talking, it's all being downloaded, right? So he can delete them until the cows come home. He can dirty delete whatever the fuck he wants. The problem with that is it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter if he deletes or doesn't delete because it's there for the world to see. So this is what Filter said.
And then we clicked on the link that they posted and it's been taken down. It's been taken down. I think this may be what he's playing for us. But of course, the jury's never going to see the video because the video is not there because maybe, just maybe, somebody like Meredith and her minions had it stricken from the internet. So it doesn't exist. Do they have it? I don't know. Okay. But they've attached this as a different footnote. So we get to listen to it here. Can the judge intervene and charge Meredith and her cohorts with obstruction of justice and order them off computers? I don't know.
No. The answer is no. She says, I don't know. No. The judge cannot order other random people off the internet. You know who they can? Aiden. They can require him to not be on the internet because of his crimes. You know who they can't require to not be on the internet? Random people he doesn't like Meredith. Also, let me fill you in on a little secret there, Filter Little. The jury absolutely is going to see that video because it's been saved. It has been saved. Aiden dirty deleted, darling. That's what he did. He knew there was some bad shit, and so he started trying to delete it, hoping and praying that no one else had it. The problem with that is that multitudes of other people have already memorialized it, archived it, scraped it, and downloaded it. So he can delete whatever the fuck he wants. It's not going to help him. The immense amount of time that you talk about Meredith is fucking absurd, okay? Number one. Number two, how you say, I don't know, when you know damn well a judge is not ordering Meredith or anyone else other than Aiden, for that matter, to magically not be on the internet. Like, stop it, Filter. Stop it, okay? You're being ridiculous, nonsensical, and you're just blatantly lying, right? Who the fuck listens to this shit? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, I get it. It's all about making one person bad. Like, you can't scrub the fucking internet, right, Danny? Like, scrub the internet? Like, that's really, lady? Yeah, Meredith has the power to just scrub the internet. Like, are you fucking okay? Like, are you okay? Like, what? What? I can't. I can't. You know what? I will write that down, Rose. That's actually a great idea. Let's see. I'll reach out and find out. Scrub the internet. Like, it is. It is definitely about controlling behavior. Oh, he's a former Mooney. Got it. Behavior, information, and thoughts, emotions. Like, what the fuck? It's coercive control, really. It's this person's bad. This person's bad. If we say it enough, we'll make it so. Unfortunately, that's not the case, right? It's not the fucking case at all. Imagine saying this shit out loud.
What kind of things could happen? That's a great question. Thanks for being here for 7 months. He doesn't want anybody.
Thanks for being a member for 7 months. I'm going to lie right to your face and you're going to take it and smile and just assume that I'm telling you the truth. Cool.
What are you talking about her? I've never talked about her. I think I talked about her once on this channel because we watched the trial that Aiden Carney.
Once? Is she for real? I think I've only talked about her once. You think you've only talked about Meredith once? Wow. Another delusional fucking cultist.
He was involved in. She testified for him in that trial, and then some other weirdness happened. Maybe I've mentioned her twice on this channel. And then we clicked on the link that they posted, and it's been taken down. It's been taken.
I fucking can't. I'll also remind you real quick. That's the filter, folks. Okay? I can't. Okay? All right. Brahimian. I'm just saying. All right? Brahimian. What's happening here? Someone, dear Jesus, help us. Dear fucking Jesus. I can't. I literally can't. I literally cannot with some of these people. Okay, hold on. Okay. It's the erase of racism for me. Oh, I love it. This Mel chick from the There's Something Wrong or whatever the fuck it is podcast, like, she flips faster than a fucking pancake depending on if she has to defend a cultist or not. The in-between or something's off, whatever the fuck it's called. As this person points out, you just came after Meredith 2 weeks ago for posting the video of Jess's own words, saying it's okay to say fuck the Jews, but now it's the erase. It's the ease. It's the ease of the racism for me. Oh, you weren't just defending Jess a few weeks ago? Oh, got it. Because she was a cultist a few weeks ago, but now that she's not a cultist, you jump on the bandwagon too. Like, see how that works, Ethel? We warned you. We said it wasn't an if, but a when, Ethel. And all the people that you shit on, thinking it was ha-ha funny along the way, people you never knew, didn't know a thing about, everyone who warned you about eventually what would happen, well, you simply didn't listen, did you? Well, I bet you're kicking yourself now, aren't you? Bet you're kicking yourself now, aren't you? I can't. I fucking cannot. I literally, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, okay? Oh, yes, I forgot that I had a Sanchez / Muppet Man video for all of you. We have Muppet Man video. Wait, it's not on that one. It's on this one. Share screen. This one. Here we go. I got it. Muppet Man video. Woo. Here we go. Muppet Man video.
Okay, bitches. Now it's time to spill a little tea. Maybe we need to look where it all started and how long we've really known each other, Aiden.
We know they will never take us together. I know they won't, but Jess, trust me. I will always be Team Jess. We are blood.
You promised, but you sicked your little puppy dog after me. And we both know he doesn't speak unless you let him.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Muppet Man. We love you, Muppet Man. They're praising Grant now because Grant is, friends with Lindsay, and like now, that they're on that side, it totally makes sense to like praise the unwell nonsense. Not at all to point out the wild conspiracy theories that have no basis in reality whatsoever. No, not at all. Not even a little fucking bit. It's totally not. It's normal. It's normal. What do you mean? It's totally acceptable and fucking normal. Oh boy. The baby carriage. In the baby carriage.
You boys have cooties, and you're bullies, and I won't apologize.
Daddy, she's a meanie. Do we have to take this? Daddy, if you want me to be petty, I can just say the word.
Boys on team you always.
I can't. I fucking can't. And it is. Like, we all called this, just saying, we fucking warned you, and you didn't listen because, well, your $10,000 a month was worth not listening when we told you it would end badly. I don't know. I guess the baker? I don't know. I have to disagree with you, Lynn. Listen, I knew him in person. He is not a well human being. It's just not, you know? Copying your TV voice now. Man. Tracy, yes. Yes, his voice. I'm the sewer turtle. Be afraid of me. I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe.
To queer activists. Well, what did they do? Can you tell me what?
Oh my God, he is doing my sewer turtle voice by himself. I'm a sewer turtle. Be afraid of me.
To queer activists. Well, what did they do? Can you tell me what the queer activist done? Yeah, well, they got caught looking at kitty porn, and then he was mean to them, and he gave them a funny turtle boy name. Man, he's so mean to queer activists.
Because he's so original. He can never come up with anything that is his own, that he's thought up. Like, you make no mistake that this is a, like, rendering of his own sewer turtle voice because he's a fucking stage 5 stalker on my channel. Like, you know, and he doesn't want to admit that he's a stage 5 clinger, of course, but no mistake that came from me. No fucking mistake, dude. No mistake whatsoever.
No, just the ones that look like you. And mean to queer activists.
Like a sewer turtle?
Well, what did they do? Can you tell me what the queer activist done?
So scary?
Yeah, well, they got caught looking at kitty porn, and then he was mean to them, and he gave them a funny turtle boy name. Man, he's so mean to queer activists.
Look, is he for fucking real right now, bro? He's the most unoriginal person on planet Earth. Sir, your liabilities is incurable, all right? Keep on keeping on with that liabilities. See how that works out for you in trial. I'm sorry, I have to he's a stage 5 clinger. What can I say? Like, such a big baby. Shall we remind everybody what a big baby he is? I feel like we should remind everyone what a giant child man he is. He tries to act so hard and tough. I'll never be convicted by a jury of 12. I need witnesses from the rolling rally, guys. I'm gonna need the witnesses. My life's not on the line or anything. I'll get up there and I'm gonna destroy Hank Brennan. I'm gonna need to plead the fifth, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm gonna need to plead the fifth. You know? How dare they charge me? They'll never win.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
What was that again, Aiden? What was that you didn't want to do?
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Such a big, tough turtle guy that always screams about, meh, meh. You know what I'll do to you? My name is Turtle Boy. I'll make your Turtle Boy famous. You either do it the hard way or the easy way. What do you want to do? Your choice. Those are all his same nonsense fucking shit that he has used over and over and over again. I fucking cannot. I fucking can't. You can't make this shit up. You legit cannot fucking make it up. Okay? You can't. You literally can't. All right? You can't. All right, hold on. Kidnapping. Kidnapping in New Hampshire? That's no good. Oh my God. He's making weird
She called
statements
J7
about penises. Oh God. Why are
She
we
called
making
J7
weird-
a D.
Why are we doing that?
J7 a DZ. There is a video. Okay, I heard her say that he stuck his dick in a fleshlight. Did he stick his dick in a fleshlight? No. And I found nothing funny about that because he didn't ask for those. Like those, him getting a fleshlight sent to him by a stalker, because that's what this is, stalking, isn't funny. And I don't know why you would think that's funny. I don't know why anyone would think that's funny. That's psychotic. That's sexual harassment. That's like insane.
Is he for
and
real?
It's being, and it just like maybe Jess didn't know. Jess had no idea the extent.
Oh, maybe Jess didn't know. You're telling me he didn't stick his dick in that fleshlight, sir? All right, listen, I know it's a little, no one wants to hear about the baker's ding dong, the witch is dead, but like, just saying, like, fucking gross, bro. Like now we're making, he's trying to play both sides here. Also, sir, I would like to point out, where the fuck again are your pupils? Where? You know what? Do you want what's over the line? You want to know what over the line is? Over the line is trying to convince people that my daughter doesn't have a terminally ill disease. You want to know what over the line is? Sending his fucking idiot minions to threaten me with death threats, to send things to my home, to harass my family and children into oblivion. That's over the fucking line. So if he wants to talk over the fucking line, I don't give an actual fuck. I give 0 fucks about what's over the line for him. Okay? He decided to cross all those lines a very long time ago. The justice system didn't do its job. Norfolk County and Mike Morrissey didn't do its job. So maybe he should have thought about that before he decided to attack people's families and children. I don't give a fuck who feels like it's over the line to play that goddamn video. That's who he is. He's a bitch. He's crying on the floor, not because he's having an anxiety attack or a PTSD attack like he claims. He's crying on the fucking floor because it's another way to manipulate people into doing what you want them to do. And that's exactly what he did that night. He was drunk, he was fucking mad, and he tried to make her feel bad. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't give a fuck who feels like it's over the line. Let's just make that abundantly clear. We want to stay neutral. I respect that. That's totally fine. But I'm going to tell you right here, right now, this is my channel and I will play it as many fucking times as I want. His over the line is harassing dozens and dozens of people until they want to unalive themselves. So feel free to talk to any and all of the people that he has done that to and then tell me what's over the fucking line and what isn't. Until then, I will continue playing his ridiculous toddler fucking tantrum and continuing to fucking laugh and point at him like the baby back bitch that he is.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
You can't go back. Well, too bad for him. He's going to have to. He made those choices. He did not give an actual fuck about anybody who he hurt. I have spoken personally to dozens of people he has made want to kill themselves to simply make it all stop. The harassment, the death threats, all of it, including my fucking self. So I'm going to tell you this much. I don't give an actual fuck who thinks it's over the line. For me, it's not over the fucking line. He crossed that line a long goddamn time ago. There's no coming back. He made his fucking bed. He can fucking lie in it for all I give a fuck. I'm a lot more sensitive when it comes to other people. There is plenty of things I have not released when it comes to other people. I don't have that limit for him. He didn't have that limit for me and my fucking family. I don't have that limit for him. I don't give an actual fuck what happens to him, whether he gets hit by a bus tomorrow and eats out of a straw and can never type on the internet again. I don't give an actual fuck. Don't give a fuck. Whether he gets 50 years in jail and spends the rest of his life being Bubba's bitch and holding his pocket. I don't give an actual fuck whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, it's a man who's had teen cancer, right? The man who hates race, same-sex marriage, and pretty much anyone who isn't white. But let me worry about what a line of playing his dumb toddler tantrum coercive control video is. Fuck no.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
I don't give a fuck. I give no fucks. I give 0 fucks. All the fucks that I gave went out the window a long time ago when it comes to him. And I'm pretty sure plenty of people feel the same way as I do without even having to speak to the numerous endless fucking victims of his he has made want to put themselves in mental hospitals or unalive themselves. So, for the people in the fucking back who didn't quite hear me this time, let me say it again.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I don't give a fuck, mother, fuck, don't give a fuck. He's a big baby. Meh, I'm cute. Meh, I'm angry. Meh. I'm a baby. Don't play my video. Meh, I'm throwing a tantrum on the floor. Meh, it's actually PTSD. That's an insult to all of us who actually suffer from PTSD. I've been suffering from it since before I was fucking 18. Didn't even recognize it until I was probably 21. I don't want to hear shit about how he feels or what line is crossed. He crossed those a long motherfucking time ago. He's been out of bounds for quite some time.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
He's a petulant man-child who uses emotions to coercively control other people, especially women. Especially women. He did this in front of his girlfriend. Okay? How many unaliving threats did he give to each one of his girlfriends? How do you think they felt? Forced to stay with this man, or he's going to kill himself and they'd feel responsible. That's called coercive control. My empathy is gone and has been gone for a really long time for anyone that has anything to do with him. Okay? You clap this shit on like a fucking seal, dude. You made that bed. You fucking lie in it. He takes pieces of text messages. He creates emails. He's put 2 people in jail and falsely imprisoned them with false shit that he made up himself. Where's the fucking line there? You want to talk about the fucking line? Let's talk about his fucking line. So we draw the line where? On people like me who have to listen to the endless victims want to unalive themselves? No, I don't fucking think so. He doesn't have boundaries. Therefore, I have none for him. None. 0. Don't give a fuck. Don't care. That care was gone a very long time ago. She's like, can you please go? Can you please, like, get off? She has to go on the couch. Can you get off the floor? I have neighbors. Can you get off the couch? It's off the floor, my neighbors, and that was his point. He did that so that the neighbors downstairs would hear it. He could make a whole commotion out of it, right? And then later on, use it as a way to control her. And in that moment, use it in a way to control her. Feel bad for me. I'm having a meltdown. Don't do what I think you're going to do, right? Don't call the cops. Don't tell them what I did. In which, by the way, I will throw out there that, do you know what he did for months afterwards? He threatened her into oblivion, threatened to destroy her life, which he then acted upon, as he's done many times before. I watched him do this exact same thing to Lindsay. Why she ran back to dealing with him, I will never fucking know. I will never know. But I watched what he did in that scenario. I watched what he did to Kara. I know what he did to Leah. And then I watched when he did it to Meredith. And I called it out before he did it to Meredith because I knew he would. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks is a fucking line, and this channel is not for you. It is not for you then. Simply is not for you then. Over the line, I don't give a fuck what over the line is. Over the line was not doing 5 seconds of research and trying to say that my daughter might not have a terminal disease. My daughter was born with a fucking terminal disease. She's been a pincushion her entire fucking life, okay? She has no hair right now. It's starting to grow back in peach fuzz to the point where my 8-year-old this morning said, Mommy, I think I need a haircut, I was so proud of her for this. And she didn't really understand that you can't just cut some of your hair, and that's not how it works. But she said she wanted to cut probably like this much. Her hair is like down here. And she said, and then we can give it to Sissy. And I thought, that is just so cute, and I'm so proud of you. We can't give it to, she can't glue it on her head, baby. And my daughter didn't want a wig. She had the option. She wanted to just be who she is, no hair or not with the medication. And now her hair's starting to grow back and fill in some of the bald patches, and she's getting like the peach fuzz back. She's got some longer parts right here on the side, but everything else is sort of like peach fuzz on the top. And I was just so proud of her this morning. Of course, she doesn't understand the concept. You can't just like cut off that much and put it on your sister's head. But I was extremely proud of her this morning. That was over the fucking line. over the line was trashing people simply because they didn't lie for you and trying to destroy their lives and their livelihood, which he's been doing to me for 3 fucking years. I don't give a fuck how he feels. I don't give a fuck who thinks it's over the fucking line. I'm going to play it. I'm going to point. I'm going to fucking laugh, and I'm going to call him out for exactly who the fuck he is. Do you want to know what he does to the victims? Of all the things he's done, he points and he laughs and he doesn't care. He would love if they unalived themselves. It would make his life so much easier that they wouldn't be able to call him out anymore. Absolutely fucking not. Here's a line for you. That's my fucking line. This might not be the place for you then, because I am absolutely never, and I mean never, gonna stop playing that fucking clip. He's a deplorable human being, and what he did in that clip was try to control another human being by using emotion, as he's done 1,000 times over. It's an insult to those of us who do have PTSD, okay? Who do have anxiety or panic, because that's not what the fuck this is. His actions, his behavior tells you that's not what it is.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Yeah, he's devoid of empathy. I have plenty of it to go around. For him, I have none. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not fucking sorry. She is such a sweetheart wanting to help her sister. I was very proud of her this morning. He doesn't have sympathy, empathy. He doesn't give a fuck who he hurts as long as he can get out of whatever thing he's gotten himself into at that point. I mean, listen to this man.
Of this. Well, now she knows. Now she knows. And the statement she made, in hindsight, is extremely disrespectful.
Oh, so disrespectful.
And she said it publicly, which is very different from saying it privately.
Oh, okay.
And that's it.
Also, where are his pupils again? Does anyone want to tell me? Because again, they're missing. We need the missing poster for his pupils. They're gone. They've escaped. They've run away.
So I don't want to hear about. She's telling somebody else is deviant. There's a million other things. There's a million other things. And
there's a million other things about why he doesn't like Ethel Machado now.
And it's just the whole thing. She called J7 a deviant. There is a
wah wah wah. Whine bitch cry, whine bitch cry. Oh, it's disrespectful. Disrespectful?
They're coming from a place of we won. So I need.
Like what? What do you mean?
They're coming from a place of we won. So I need some sort of a code word that we're going to use when you see somebody talking about me in a chat or somewhere, and you feel compelled to give your 2 cents and defend me. You don't need to do that. Let's think of a word that we can use.
Oh, now you don't need to do that. She just said she needed them to do
what would you like it to be? Hello, Quincy. Noodle Mama. No, we cannot. Oh, the pool is looking better. Oh boy, I can see the ladder. Hi, Quincy. Is that crochet? Free, vindicated carrots. Carrots. Fuck off. Flashlight, too soon, too soon. Never, ever, never, ever. No. Rabbit's foot. I'm reading these. Pyrex, no. Carrots.
Keep a fucking carrot short of a bunny basket, bro. Like what?
Carrots represents the gang, but we need something. Oh.
Look at this poor person. Yesterday I got accused of talking shit about just because I was in Brat's chat. So automatically that means I talk shit. In that world,
coming from a place of we won.
She thinks she won. That's cute. It's cute. It's adorable.
Where do we find the diamond emoji?
Where do we find a diamond?
I never use it.
Hope Justin sues him into oblivion. You know? Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. I have no idea where the fuck he got that from. She made me tear up this morning when she said it. I had to try to explain to her that, like, when you cut hair like that, you can donate it, right? To, like, Locks of Love, things like that. But for Sissy, for her sister, she can't, like, glue it to her head. You know what I mean? Like, so my daughter wanted to cut probably, she wants it, like, below her chin, like, over here. So it should probably be, like, a little less than what I got here, which is a lot, but, like, probably, like, this much is what she wanted to, like, cut, like, between my fingers. And I'm like, honey, Sissy can't, she can't glue it to her head, baby. She's like, yes, she can. I said, no, she can't, girl, but that is so nice of you to offer. I was very proud of her. But to be fair, I'm always proud of her. You know what I mean? Like, she's always wanting to help, you know, with the book fair, and, you know, always wanting to help another kid. She used her own tooth fairy money for that this year, which I was very proud of her for. We usually send in an extra $10 if we can to get another kid. But this time she said she asked to use her own tooth fairy money to do it. And I was very proud of her, you know? Oh, thank you, Pepper. Pepper sends $50 and I'm not going to read what she wrote because it's between me and her, but it was very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Pepper. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, that's weird. That's why. She won't wear one. She won't wear one. So my little has some fun wigs that she got. Actually, Deirdre got them for her for Christmas, and she loves them. But my oldest, she didn't want anything to do. You know, interns would have covered a wig for her because obviously the loss of hair came from like the chemo meds and the other meds that she was on. But she didn't want to. She wanted to just be her. And I respect the fuck out of that. You know, walking around with a bald head as a woman, that's tough, especially as a 21-year-old, right? But she knows she doesn't have to impress anybody, right? She's already got a boyfriend and she has her family, and you know, she's smart and witty, and I'm proud of her too. Like, even after all the stuff that she's going through, like, she still wants to do what she can to help other people when she can. And that's how I taught my kids to be, right? Because like, once I'm gone, like, they're the representative of what I taught them, you know? And hopefully once I'm gone, they can make the world a little bit better themselves, you know? That's all we can do. So So Adam, the superfan blogger, has made quite a few comments sort of not in support of Ethel. And so then Will decided he was going to say he doesn't like Ethel. And I think that the chat rats there made some statement about Ethel. So now the whole, you know, it's going around the cult at this point. You know, Jimmy already kind of ditched her, so that was already there. So now she is just being expunged from the cult, you know, in so many ways. But it's amazing to me how some of these people just keep, oh God, that's the emoji. That's the emoji. I can't. I mean, first of all, what is happening in this picture? Like, ma'am, stop it. Those Duntanas or something else, all right? And yes, that's what we call them. We call them Duntanas. I do find this clip extremely fucking funny. He is literally so desperate. He's trying to, and if you didn't catch me this morning, guys, that this is him sort of begging people to be witnesses for him who are at the rolling rally, which is essentially saying, hey, yeah, I'll be your witness and also admit to a crime. So how fucking dumb does one person have to be?
I need witnesses who are at the rolling rally.
Yeah, admit to a crime and be my witness.
I don't know everyone's name who is at the rolling rally. There's a couple of people I've reached out to who don't want to testify for some reason.
No.
Like, I don't want to get involved. Oh, thanks.
You don't
appreciate that. It's not like my life's on the line or anything.
It's not like his life's on the line or anything. See that right there, Lynn? That little tidbit right there? It's not like my life's on the line or anything. That's the coercive control, honey. That's it right there. So let me tell everybody again for the back. Because, yeah, when you get me riled up like that, then I'm going to fucking yell. And I don't yell often. But the one thing I'm not going to be told is what to play on my channel and what not to fucking play and what's over the line and what isn't over the line. What's been over the line for him a long fucking time ago. And so maybe if he didn't want people to share the truth about him, then he should have left people the fuck alone.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
He can't go back. You know, he can't. So for everyone in the back that thought that was over the fucking line, I'm going to play it again and again and again and fucking again. Over the line, my ass. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks is over the line when it comes to him. I'll tell you that much. He didn't give a fuck about hurting anyone else. So I don't give a fuck about giving the truth about him. You want to tell that to the dozens of victims of his, some of which who have never even come forward publicly, who have bawled their eyes out, and I've had to walk off the ledge of not wanting to unalive themselves from simply being harassed. Not because they did anything wrong, not because anything he said was true, but simply because their families were being so fucking harassed, including their children, that they figured if they weren't around anymore, then he would stop. Like, that's disgusting. That's deplorable. That's unacceptable. So excuse the fuck out of me for not giving an actual fuck about what someone considers over the line when it comes to him. Like, I'm sorry, what? You go through what I went through and continue to go through, by the way. I still get death threats in case you were wondering, right? You go through what the fuck I go through on a goddamn daily basis. And then you go through what every single one of those people go through and continue to go through. And then you tell me what the fuck is over the line and what the fuck isn't. What you wouldn't do to protect people. Because I'm going to tell you, I am not somebody who gives up easily, hence why I am still here. Because if I was somebody who gave up easily, I'd have gave up 100 death threats ago. Please hold. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I forgot to get a water while I was out there too. Oh, fuck me. This is why I need goddamn fridge in here. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Nothing. Ridiculoso. Ugh. I'm gonna have to buy another case of water. I drink so much water because of my meds and like I get dehydrated really easy. And then I go through a case of water in like a week. Okay. Oh, Steph. That was nice. Valley's girl, I appreciate you. What else do I got over here? Thunderstorms possible this afternoon, it's saying to me. Valley's girl sends $50. Thank you so much. And says just a little something to show my appreciation. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. But the one thing that I'm not going to do is pander. If you want to stay neutral, I respect that. You can go ahead and do that. I am not neutral. That's very apparent. I am not neutral. Okay? Not even a little. He does. Make no mistake about that. He's actually expressed how, oh, she's angry. Oh, all right, Fiona, for one, I'm terrified. For two, the village has been notified. And for three, Donkey is definitely a hero. I don't know. This is, oh, J7 looks angry. I wonder what she's angry about. Shall we check? We shall check. What is it?
Here's
oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Here's what I have
Great
to say
night.
to the baker, Mads Frida Loke. If you ever fucking threaten a girlfriend of mine again, I will come for you and it will be ruthless. Don't ever fucking do it again. Because now we're going to bury you. You motherfucking asshole. Okay? You look at me right in the eyes. You're going to regret the spaces last night. You're going to regret threatening Mary B. You're going to regret what you did to Jessica. You're going to regret what you did to me. You piece of fucking shit.
Oh, let me now remind you. Now J7 likes Jessica again because Ethel called and apologized to her. I think Ethel was missing out on that about $300 to $500 a month that J7 used to give her. And so now they're team each other again. In case you were wondering why she mentions her, they're now buds again. Even though Ethel very quickly, when the sewer turtle told her that she should apologize to Baker, you know, after they had that private conversation, she very quickly was like, I probably got duped by J7. But now she called and apologized because, like, you know, now the cult's turning on her and she's got nowhere else. So, like, she runs to the one person who, like, she was going to lose the $500 to $700 a month for, right? And there she runs. There she goes, right? Just in case you were wondering.
And I don't care if they eliminate me from the internet over it, okay? So buckle down, get in your closet, go cry about being a victim. You're a piece of shit fucking pussy. And I know how that emasculates you. And I know when you get emasculated, you can't handle it, honey. So we're going to emasculate you all night.
Not a maiden?
Suck my fucking dick. Here's
Oh,
what I
wait
have
a
to say
minute.
to-
Okay.
I have a dick, darling. Okay. Just say. Oh, absolutely. She's angry. Should we run? I'm sorry. I have to. Listen, I have to laugh at the fucking gangster bitch Barbies and the Terry Tough tits of the fucking internet. Because let's be clear here, okay? None of these people would act this way in your fucking face. I don't disagree with her that Baker sucks. Baker sucks. He sucks, right? But they suck too. So, like, which one sucks harder is the fucking question. Like, I mean, I can't. I have to laugh at it. Because at this point, like, listen, if you're gonna have bark, make sure you have the bite to go with it. Don't just bark like a fucking chihuahua if you're not going to actually bite like a German Shepherd. All right? I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. The bark doesn't match the bite. Okay? Like, stop it. Like, stop it. I can't. That's J7. Okay? That's Messica said that she was duped by her talking into Baker and why the cult turned on her, but then she realized she lost $300 to $500 per month. You know, I think she's a UFC fighter. Good for her. Free Jeff from the couch. Free Jeff from the couch, please. I can't. She is the girl that Jess talked about on about Baker, was the girl that we're going back and forth with Baker. She's the chick who sent all the weird boobs and fleshlights and happy balls things too. She sent all that stuff to Baker. He took a screenshot, sent it back to her. She's the one who released the text messages. Yeah, lovely, right? Lovely. Trashy Tammy? Who the fuck's Trashy Tammy? Listen, I won't say anything about anybody's cigarettes. I have a vape. I quit smoking and I have a vape. But listen, I love my vape. It's my like security blanket, okay? And I don't hate on anybody for their nicotine problems because listen, if I have one fucking thing, you know, I don't have a shoe problem. I don't have a clothes problem. I wish I did, to be honest. I don't have the money for that. But instead of smoking, which is like $15 a day, this Blad Barry is about $30 a week instead. I have two things in life that I ever ask for. My coffee, which half the time I make it home and just use these cups. I clean them out and make them in that from the Keurig. And my vape. Okay. I ask for nothing else. Just keep myself happy. Everything else goes to the kids or, you know, a mullet. My dad had a mullet, but my dad wore it better. I should put a picture of him. Who wore it better? Who wore it better? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I don't smoke anymore, but I don't hate on anybody for their tobacco issue because my vape is my friend. All right. My vape is my friend. But let's be real. Some of these people are just like you're calling like pot meat kettle. Kettle meat fucking pot. I don't get it. I just people say I sexually assaulted them. Press play and hear me admit to my charges of picketing witnesses. That's a good one. I mean, it's true. Oh God, what happened here? First responders and a reporter race to save a man trapped under the remains of his collapsed home after the tornado in Illinois. Oh my God. My God, at least he was saved. Thank fucking God. That poor man could have been a lot worse than just his leg, and thank God he's trapped under his own house. Imagine. Yeah, once in a while, like if I have a beer or something, you know, then I'm like, oh, that cigarette, you know, like I feel like those two things go together, you know? Wait, did they find the suspects for Nancy Guthrie? Hold on. No, someone else. I know that they've been looking for like a grave when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie case. Hold on. Let's see. Oh my God, you guys, look at the little weenie dogs. I can't. We need to pick me up. Look at the weenies. Look at them. I'm getting a strike for that music, but I don't care. Look how cute they are. Oh my God, adorable. Canine swim. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my God, they're so cute. That one's like, I'm not getting in this fucking water. Sorry, sir. I'm gonna stay over here. Let's stay over here where I can swim. Not here. How stinking cute are they, you guys? I can't. All goes and they're like, I'm going back for it. They're so cute. I want one. He's helping him along. Good exercise for them. But they are freaking. Oh, he dropped one ball and takes the other. He's like, I like this one better. She's like, give me the ball, sir. You can take the ball from me. Oh, they're so cute. God, they're so cute. I can't stand it. How cute are they? I freaking can't. Oh my God, now we're getting back. I can't. Oh my God, I can't. There's nothing better than cute animal videos. You guys know, free Jameson. Hashtag free the pool noodle. Free the pool noodles. Oh my God. See, I think now, you guys, it's my fault. My algorithm is now filled with funny animal videos, okay? So here's an even better one. I think we've played this one before, but it's still adorable. It's the raccoon that takes the donut. So you figured out if you block the drive-through, they don't give him a donut to go away.
Don't hit him. Don't hit him. What is he? What is he doing? Are they going to give him a donut? Are they going to give him a donut? Oh my God.
Give him a donut.
Do it. Throw him the donut.
He's like, give me my donut, man.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's like, out I go with my donut. I'm outie. That reminds me of my squirrel Crackers, or Crackers too, that would come get his crackers. This pissed me off. I saw this morning, and for those of you who live here in Massachusetts, this done fucking pissed me off. Okay? He was an 11-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl in South Boston were running their own little lemonade stand, which is adorable and cute. Okay? And someone robbed their fucking lemonade stand. Like, are we for real? Like, are we, like, what the fuck is our world coming to right now? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, a lemonade stand. Children's lemonade stand. You're going to rob a lemonade stand for children. Like, what the F is wrong with you people? So it says a 12-year-old boy who said his lemonade stand he runs with his 11-year-old sister in South Boston was robbed. Will be back open for business today, Friday, with a new mission. Half the proceeds will go towards reducing gun violence. And so I have been told that the community has mobilized in that area to go down and support this little lemonade stand, which I absolutely adore and love that the community did this. But I feel like, who the fuck does this shit? Like a lemonade stand of children. What is wrong with y'all? Like, really? Like, for all the criminals in the world, like children, like that's children. Like you wanna like a children's lemonade. What the? I can't. It makes me so angry, dude. So angry. I cannot. Like, with a gun? Children? An 11 and 12 year, like, what the hell is wrong with people? My dogs are chickens. They hate water. Some people's dogs don't like water. Yeah, you have to be a special kind of piece of shit to rob kids at a lemonade stand. Like, what in the actual fuck is wrong with you? I am happy to see that the community is going out there to sort of support them and, you know, bring money to their little lemonade stand. And I love that the kids, oh my God, I can't love. It was kids that did it. That's even worse. That's even worse. I know, like, I have 3 girls. My children would fucking never. They wouldn't be calling me from jail because I would tell them they'd be sitting there. You're going to learn your fucking lesson and you're going to deal with your goddamn consequences. Maybe your dumb ass will learn not to do something fucking stupid like that. My children would never. Like, I teach my kids that, like, if you see a bully, like, stand up and say something. Not every kid is a fighter, right? Some kids, like, listen, I have a friend who I've been friends with for my whole life, basically, since I was a kid, since before I had my oldest, okay? So over 20 years. And remember, I'm only 39. So, and she's one of those people who likes to please everyone. She's a lover, not a fighter. And so if I have to fucking stand up for someone because they're a lover, not a fighter, like, then I'm gonna, right? Like, then I'm fucking gonna. I'm not just gonna sit there and let it happen and say nothing, right? I've taught my kids to don't let someone sit alone. You see a kid sitting alone in the bathroom, in the cafeteria, at field day, like, go sit with them. Go get to know them. That could be your best friend. You know, don't let another kid sit alone and feel excluded, right? And my kids have unique experience with kids with disabilities, and especially with my oldest daughter having all of her physical limitations, because all my daughter's disabilities are physical. They're not mental. But they also have special, I'd say, experience with mental disabilities, as my youngest sister has what's called AP deletion. So it's a missing tip of a chromosome, and that she's got the brain of a child. And my nephew has autism. And my sister-in-law, who they know, has Downs. So they know that, like, different disabilities work differently, and that those people might use their brains in ways that you wouldn't, or are a little behind from where you are, right? And so they understand sort of the ups and downs of disabilities, which I feel like every kid should be taught at some point. It's not one of those things that are in the Rolodex of, like, you know, you talk to your kids about sex, you talk to your kids about school shootings, you talk to your kids about violence, you talk to your kids about not being a bully. Like, it should also be in the Rolodex of teaching our children how to treat others with kindness and respect, right? You don't see color, you don't see disability, you just see another human, another person that bleeds red, another person that puts their pants on one leg at a time, right? That's what we should be teaching our children, right? And I feel like as parents nowadays, we all have to work 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours or more a week to survive. And so the kids are sort of being left at daycare or with other parents and other kids or a family member. And, like, we don't have as many opportunities to teach our children these things. And I say, make fucking time, dude. Because this is the last thing I want to see is children robbing other children in their lemonade stands with a gun. That's so awful. That's so awful. Like, where the fuck are they getting them? An older brother on the street? A family member? Like, what is happening? Like, what the fuck is happening? Although I will say this is a fucking hilarious photo. Okay, is this over the line? Is this too much? I'm asking for a friend. Is this over the line, anyone? I'm just wondering. His moobs need a bra. Maybe we'll buy him a bra. Al Sharpton over here has an interesting new take on things. And for the record, I have yet to hear any reports of Jen McCabe using any of the donation money to fund a nose job. That's because obviously that didn't happen. Let's not compare the two.
When you say the word soccer mom, does anybody think of, like, Carmelo Anthony's mom? Does she come to mind? Anybody that way? Is that the visual he's putting in your head? What does he mean by soccer mom? Why don't they just come out and say it? Like, why don't they just come out and say it? White people don't murder. Like, that's what he's saying. So,
yeah, I don't think that's what he's saying, because white people murder. Yeah, most of the serial killers are white males. White. We're gonna talk like Ethel. White. We're gonna everything with a W. Like, she said everything with a G. Most serial killers are white males, sir. What the fuck are you talking about?
suburban white people don't murder. We need to start calling that out. Enough with the fucking soccer mom shit. That's code for white people don't murder.
No, it's not.
And we need to start calling people out.
No, it's not.
Who use that excuse. That is an excuse that Jen McCabe and Brian Albert are incapable of murder because they live in the suburbs.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have evidence of said murder, or are you being sued for defamation because you don't have evidence? You just keep saying it. So yeah, definitely keep saying it. That'll definitely work for your civil case. No problem.
And they sign their kids up for youth
What
sports.
a dumbass. Like, what lawyers are advising him? Well, we know fucking Baby Betterow. Someone got on the internet yesterday. They said, something about like all his followers are one better tall. I said, you win the interwebs. One better tall. One better, two better. We're gonna start measuring things in betteros these days. We start measuring ethics in bradles. You have about bradle level ethics.
So therefore, they can't do it because nobody's referring to Carmelo Anthony's mom as a soccer mom, right? I didn't.
I mean, does she have? I don't know if she has other kids. I mean, she could be a soccer mom. I mean, are soccer moms somehow not of color all of a sudden? Like, because I played soccer. Just fun fact, I played soccer. I did cheerleading and volleyball. Soccer, I played all through being my little's age all the way through high school. And fun fact, Aiden, guess what? The moms on my teams were of all colors and ethnicities. Imagine that. So there were literal soccer moms of all ages and ethnicities. Fun fact, Aids. Fun fact, bud.
Didn't hear that. They didn't call Trayvon Martin's mom a soccer mom, did they?
Is she a soccer mom?
They didn't call any of those people soccer moms. We don't.
I mean, is he for real right now? As if a person of color can't be a soccer mom? Like, what the? I'm a soccer aunt. I'm a soccer aunt. My nephew plays soccer. They figured, like, with his autism, like, his energy, like, running it out and stuff would help. And it has, of course.
Imagine if they did. Imagine, like, what people would say, like.
What would people say if they called them soccer moms? Well, are they soccer moms is the question, right? Like, if they're actual soccer moms, then that's a correct term. If they're not actual soccer moms, then why would you use that term? Like, the fuck? I refuse to believe people on Earth are this fucking stupid.
Oh, Carmelo Anthony's mom took the stand and pleaded for. She's just a regular soccer mom. Just a regular soccer mom. People are like, what? No, you're white. That's why they're saying that white people don't murder, and we need to start calling that shit out.
He sounds angry. Why are you so mad, AIDS? Why is the dick nose so angry all the time? I know. Oh, pick me. I know. Pick me. I know why he's so angry.
Can you please not? Can you please not?
He's so angry because he can't go back. So poor Meredith in the background.
Can you please not? Can you please not?
Out of the pile of your own clothes that you have there, sir. And by the way, I will point out that he actually did call the cops about his missing shoe, and they told him to go to fucking sleep. They were like, we can't help you with that. By the way, he had multiple other pairs of shoes there, in case anybody was wondering. He had other shoes there. So all this nonsense about, oh, she hid my shoe, it's missing shoe, but he had other pairs of shoes there. Yep, he certainly fucking did. He certainly fucking, I just had to crack myself up sometimes. Picture is hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. Now, if you could just put his moobs in there and cover his dick nose with a banana hammock, we'll be good to go. We'll be good to go. It'll be fine. It'll be great. It'll be gravy. It'll be gravy. All right, hold on. Where is it? Where the fuck is? Oh, a seal. Listen, again, it's filled with friggin' animals now. What's happening in this one? Dude clocked Jess Machado immediately. Okay. Let's see. See what this guy has to say. I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know what's happening here, but let's see.
Oh my God. Okay. The chat needs you to be nicer.
The chat? Are you streaming?
Yeah.
People watch fat white women.
So wait a second. You didn't tell this person on camera that you're streaming? I'm so confused. Yeah, you can't do that. You actually have to tell them they're on camera and streaming before you put them live.
Yeah.
People watch fat white women do things. That's great.
Yeah, I have a lot of viewers right now, actually. They're going to love you.
Wow.
They're going to love you.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Good for you. Good little guidettes.
You're not going to get scared and run away, are you?
Scream for the goys.
Are you going to get scared? You're going to get scared?
No,
and
I'm
run
not
away?
scared of anything.
All
What would
right,
I be scared of?
let's stay.
No. Bunny after dark. Your name's Bunny.
It depends. That's what your dad calls me.
You were in your fucking 40s. Get a fucking grip. What the fuck do you have a degree in?
I'm 50.
I don't care. What do you have a degree in?
Your dad's dick.
Hilarious. Wow. Have a little decorum.
Why? It's my
Course.
show. I can. Oh my God, I love this. This is amazing.
Yeah, you're a miserable white bitch, aren't you?
She is.
Well, obviously you're a whore that's showing some, like, even this tiniest bit of cleavage to get attention.
Actually,
like, you can't even pay for good dental work. I mean, what the hell's going on? Like,
I am very poor. Actually, I don't have a lot.
Clearly, you don't even have good teeth. That's like the hallmark of being poor.
It is. I'm Portuguese.
Even worse. You started the slave trade. You started the transatlantic slave trade, and somehow you convinced the world that white people did it.
I did.
What? So you can't make this shit up. So what? She got on this app where a random person pops up. Like, that's the content. Like, you never know what the random person is going to say. You can get your shit like struck for shit other people say, because that's just like so bright. It's amazingly bright to do that. What the actual fuck is happening on the interwebs? Can someone tell me what the actual fuck is happening on the interwebs right now? Like, I need to know. I need to know. Is this how people pick their content now? Is this like Russian roulette of content? Like, we'll just spin the thing and see who pops up online and, just make fun of them for content, like just random people. Like, I mean, weird, bro. Weird. Fucking weird. Okay, hold on. Nancy Guthrie, in research in Pima County statement regarding the wrench attack possibility after Certicay officially classified Nancy's abduction as a wrench attack. This is what I found. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has not received any reports referencing wrench attacks in our community. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. When there is a significant update, it will be shared publicly. Pima County. I was confused by their response. Did they explore this possibility? Is this beyond their experience? If not, is the Bureau investigating? If not, is it because they know who is behind this horrible crime? Because if they don't know who did abducted Nancy, how can you say it's not a wrench attack? Let me know what you think of the response. I don't think the Pima County Sheriff is being honest with anyone. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest. I don't think the Pima County Sheriff is doing too great. This was another sad story that I heard this morning, that this woman who was 25 years old died in a horseback riding accident, which is awful. Terrible, terrible news for a 25-year-old. My niece absolutely loves to ride horses and has been doing it since she was probably 6. And to think, that this could happen to my niece is just fucking heartbreaking. She's done all these same things with the horse, jumping things, and it's just awful, 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 awful to think about. What the fuck? Yeah, some people are going to have to start asking Adam Deitch about his fucking integrity. I know he really wants to be elected, but I don't think that's going to happen. Dedham Police announces the passing of a sergeant. That's awful. Wait a second. I might have met this guy. I believe I did meet this guy. James Quigley. I did. He had cancer. Damn. He worked at Dedham District Court. I knew I saw him outside of court. I had a conversation with him. He was so nice. So nice. Aiden, Mrs. Doubtfire. Could be. Aiden, Mrs. Doubtfire. Sorry, I was reading this article on him, on the officer that passed away. He was so nice, that officer. I met him outside of the courthouse, and he was so nice and so kind. We even cracked a few jokes. That's really sad. He had cancer, and he passed away. That's really sad. This is his new plan to see his kids. He ain't seeing anybody. He's going to fucking prison. He's going to fucking prison. Being an activist by fundraising and advocating for strictly forbidden for journalists, says Joan Donovan, an assistant professor of journalism. Ooh, interesting. Let's see what this person says. This is from Boston Magazine. You don't say. Okay, ready? Being an activist by fundraising and advocating for read is strictly forbidden for journalists, says Joan Donovan, an assistant professor of journalism and emerging media studies at Boston University. Meanwhile, being an entertainer can be problematic too. He's not a journalist, he's an internet provocateur, says former Globe columnist and professor emerita of journalism at Brandeis University, Eileen McNamara, okay, who created the university ethics course. I met him outside the courthouse. Yeah, those dad jokes are kind of fucking lame, in my opinion. She created the university's ethics course for journalism. I wonder if they want to tell us how Ethel is as well. Journalism is about verification. It is not about assertion. Journalists have an obligation to independently confirm what we publish. He doesn't do that. He's not approaching people he interviews with an open mind to learn what might have happened on the night when Officer O'Keefe was killed. He's confronting them to produce entertainment. Okay, this was just written, you guys, in May. I didn't know this. I didn't see this. Blogger Turtle Boy will not go quietly. Controversial Massachusetts blogger Aidan Kearney says he's a confrontational truth teller intent on righting wrongs. Critics, though, say he's a mean-spirited bully. Maybe he's both. Oh, maybe I did read this. Yeah, this was from behind the thick glass partition when he was in jail. So Turtle was almost unrecognizable. Usually his online alter ego, Turtle Boy, the Central Massachusetts blogger and live streamer, is seen sitting in a comfy office chair, wearing a self-printed baseball hat and t-shirt from his website merch store and addressing a YouTube audience of thousands through a headset. Today, on a Tuesday evening in February, he sat on an uncomfortable stool, bareheaded, wearing a state-issued orange jumpsuit. Exactly what he's going to be wearing soon enough. The only screen before him is the glass divider. Womp, womp, womp. No, I don't want to buy your shit. Through an old-fashioned phone receiver, he spoke in a subdued tone to an audience of exactly one. Oh, you mean he wasn't screaming and yelling and like making fun of people on the phone through the glass partition? Oh, okay. I was visiting him at Dedham's Norfolk County Correctional Center on day 50 of what would be his 60-day incarceration. The 42-year-old, because he was 42 at the time, pleaded here in December after a woman with whom he'd had an extramarital affair accused him of assault. Kearney told me the charge was a ploy that law enforcement officials cooked up with his jilted lover. Also never happened, by the way. Never happened. Nobody cooked up anything with his jilted lover. His actions have consequences. You're just trying to silence me, he insisted. Less than 2 weeks later, the assault and battery charges would be dismissed. For allegedly shoving and threatening the woman would be dismissed. I will also rightly point out that the other day, Aidan admitted to trying to wrestle the fucking notes out of her hand, and it ended up pushing her onto the couch by trying to wrestle those notes out of her hand. Exactly what she said happened. Amazing, huh? Oh, it happened, but he also admitted it the other day. He admitted that the push to the couch happened from him wrestling the notes, just as we've always said happened, right? No, what she claims now, right after the fact, is they somehow came to her as a way to like try to get him, like, but here's the problem with that theory is that she called them, right? She talked to Kate, right? And then she called them, right? Because they didn't go to her. They didn't go to her and say, hey, help us get Aidan Kearney. She called them, right? She called them and said, she texted Mello actually from the bathroom, which again, that's from the extraction. You can see all that. Like she texted him from the bathroom and was like, hey, he's trying to go through my phone and like, what do I do here? You know? And then eventually after he left, I think she called Tully, and then Tully called her local PD because she told him exactly what happened, and that's assault, right? So she called Tully called the PD, her local PD, and the local PD came there, took a report. So like, I don't know how the government magically conspired with her when she called them. It's not the way it works. Like that didn't happen. So that's how I know. That's how fucking no. She called them. They didn't call her. They didn't come to her house. She called them, right? And then after that, like she had already first contacted them before that night, before that happened, right? To cooperate with them. And then they came with the subpoena and said, we figured you might back away or back out and not want to testify. So now we're handing you a subpoena after you sort of divulged everything. No, she countersued because he sued her to shut her up civilly with a $2 million lawsuit. And then instead of fighting that suit, she countersued people, which was a waste of time and money because A, it's just a bunch of nonsensical bullshit. And B, like if she had talked to someone outside of Grant, she would have known that prosecutors have what's called prosecutorial immunity. And so you can't sue a prosecutor even if he made a mistake in releasing your phone extraction, right? Unredacted to Aiden's attorneys. Like it's a mistake in the course of him doing his duties. Therefore, he has immunity. So suing him is worthless, right? It's going to get dismissed. They're going to remove the prosecutor from that, right? You know, I'm of regular intelligence, actually, just like most humans. Sorry you're mad about that. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So, yeah, anyone, even I could have told her that suing the prosecutor would have been a waste of fucking time. But I guess she listened to whatever Grant told her. I don't fucking know. It was a waste of time. She can recant until the cows come home, but I was there. Like, I know what happens. Like, I dealt with it all on a daily fucking basis. You know what I mean? Like, I was at her house when she had to go talk to the cops, right? Like, so I'm just saying. Just saying. Like, so it's amazing to me the recanting of any of that at this point, right? Like, you can recant until the cows come home and be like, nah, Aiden, good now. But that's not what happened, right? We all know that's not what the fuck happened. And I surely know that's not what the fuck happened. He tortured her life. What he wants her to believe is everyone else did it, right? And what he apparently has convinced her of at this point is that everyone else did it without his knowledge or knowing. They tortured her life. He had no part of it, didn't ask them to do it. You know, they all did all those things without his knowledge and knowing, and he had no part of it, which is bullshit, as we all know. As we all know, you know? Oh, I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. I mean, here's the thing. You couldn't use her as a witness for anything because she's made two separate, completely contradicting statements. So, yeah. Legally, there's not much you can do with that, you know? Yeah, but you're a good person, right? And you were trying to help in the same way that I was, right? When someone reaches out and asks for help, we do it, right? In the same way that I did, with an open heart and an open mind and just wanting to fucking help and do what you can to help. You did it because you're a good fucking human, right? In the same way that I did it because I'm a good human. No good deed goes unpunished, I guess. I don't fucking know. Sad part is I still care about her and her kids, you know? Like, she's got good kids. They're good kids, you know? Like, adorable too, by the way. But good kids, like... So it's just sad. The whole thing is sad to me because I watched him torture her life. I saw the things that he did, the things he admitted to, by the way, at the time anyway, and the things that he admitted to in private messages that we got, right? So let's be honest, this whole idea of everybody else did it and he didn't know about it is bullshit. 100% bullshit, you know? It's 100% bullshit. You wouldn't be able to use anything from her in legal proceedings at all because you can't make two completely separate and apart statements from one another, especially when there's evidence to prove the first ones. He literally just admitted the other day to the couch thing, right? So even though that charge was ultimately thrown out or crossed out, he did that. That happened, right? Happened in the exact same way that we knew it happened, right? And so amazing, right? Amazing. I did not know he was on there. Why the fuck he doesn't know anything about Adam Montgomery. Like, I don't understand why some of these people Linda Bangs will have anyone on, apparently, you know? She's part of the cult now. Gotta have the cult members on, you know? It's just, I think the whole thing is fucking sad. The whole thing it's just sad. It's fucking sad. It's just all sad. I forgot about this article. So yeah, I've read this article before, but basically it says like he's not a journalist because journalists have ethics and they have to follow certain rules. He can pretend all he wants. You know, he says, my destiny was not to be teacher. He wrote in his memoir, it was to be Turtle Boy. Wow, delusional. Delusional. Oh, so here's a good quote from his mother, who is now passed. Even his mother, a Worcester School Committee member for 18 years, agreed. The people who do best in teaching are the people who just follow the rules and go along with the program and don't challenge anything, she says. That isn't who he is. Well, no shit. Oh, no, I'm definitely not saying that she didn't. Definitely not saying that she didn't. Definitely happened. That happened. 100% happened. Definitely not saying that that didn't happen. That happened. I'm just saying, like, it's just sad. The whole thing is fucking sad. Like, I think, you know, fucking everyone should have a goddamn therapist. How about that? Like, get a fucking therapist, dude. You know, if you're that tied up with worrying about what everyone has to say and when and why and where, like, maybe get a therapist. Like, fuck, dude. I mean, shitting on the people who bent over backwards to help you because they only felt bad that you had to deal with all of this, like, it's probably not the best way to show the world that you could be a good human or that, you know, you're not a shit human being. Just say it. Like, it's not a good look, dude. It's not a good fucking look, especially when people, like, people went out of their way, all right, in the same way that I would for anyone, to help. Because the shit Aiden does is beyond reproach, right? There's no lines he won't fucking cross. None at all. Make no mistake. He absolutely told people to do things to torture her life, right? In the same way that he did with Meredith, right? Going back on that now, it just doesn't ring true to what actually happened. And we all know it. It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad at this point. I will never pander to a man like him, ever. Fucking read my lips. Never. Never, 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 never. If it made me $1 million today to be like, Turtle Boy is good, I would probably puke. Okay? My lips would never be able to say it. No. Absolutely not. I would lose that $1 million so quickly. No. Absolutely no. You know? Well, she has friends, but I'm just not one of them. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I guess. Listen, I do what I do. I don't worry about fucking what everyone else when it comes to helping people does, because for me, it's not a competition, right? I don't care if 15 people are helping, 25 people, 100 people, as long as the job itself gets done in helping that person, however many people got to come together to do it, let's fucking do it. I'm a more the merrier type person. Not everyone's like that. Not everybody wants a more the merrier. Cool, fine with me. For me, it's not a competition. I don't give a fuck who does what, when, who did more, who did less. I don't give a shit about any of that, any of it. For me, the person who needed help, whatever it is that they needed help with, as long as we all come together to do it, I don't need credit. I don't fucking care. Let's get done what needs to get done, period. Like, you know, some people are not like me. You know, some people are just not like me. And I can't expect that they're going to be either. You know, it is what it is. What is this? Oh, no, we saw that one already. What's this one? No, we saw that one. There was one more that I had that I wanted to play. Maybe it was this. It was from this morning, I feel like. I also have to pee again because that's how much fucking water I drank. Out of 4 hours, I've only been 4 hours, and now I've had to pee twice. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Yep, had to be. Definitely had to be. Thought Moni might have one. Oh, she usually has the goods. Hold on. No. Hold on. There was one other clip. What is my phone doing? What is happening here? Hold on. I have a ton of text messages that I cannot check right now. So if you're texting me, I will get back to you. Trying to find something that I know that I had. Where the fuck is it? No, I give up on like saving anything from my phone from now on. Let's just throw that out there. Because oh God. Why are people harassing the Metcalf family? Like why? Just why is the question. Oh my God. Just I can't. I fucking can't. Can't make this shit up. All right, hold on. Let's see if I do it this way. If I look at it this way. Latest, checking latest. You know, I hate the search option now on Twitter. It used to be super easy. You typed in what you wanted, and everything that recently happened, all the way from like recent to like, you know, years ago, would come up, right? But fucking Elon, ever since he bought fucking Twitter, like it's not like the search is nonsensical. You can search something that should pop up certain things, and all of a sudden it does not come up. And it's like, what the actual fuck, dude? I want to be able to look for certain things easily, you know? I mean, yeah, she's right about him. I agree. I agree. I feel like most people at this point know that he's a deplorable piece of shit. Most people who don't aren't being honest with themselves, you know? Hold on. See, it's not even in order. Like, why is it not fucking in order, dude? Like, let's try this one. Oh my God. Domino's is sending me a text message. Fuck you, Domino's. Try Domino's mix and match and get it all. Pizza, salads, fuck off. Domino's. All right, right now. Where is it? Oh my God. I wonder if anybody else. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. Oh, blast from the past. It was March 11th when we named her Ethel. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute, y'all? Let's see. Oh boy. Oh my God, the Fall River. People are tagging the Fall River reporter asking why she was fired. Was she fired because of jealousy, or was she fired because she outshined all the others? Did she say that? Someone tell me if she said that. Oh, somebody called her an oxygen thief. Oh, that's my saying. That's my saying. I call people oxygen thieves because that's exactly what the fuck Aiden is. He's an oxygen. Let's see. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. The expert heavily implying that Jessica Machado swatted their event. Ew, I wouldn't put it past her, but I don't have any evidence that she did that. That was the guy who was with the baker that had the event and it got swatted. Oh my God, someone said she's a national treasure. Who says these things? I can't. I literally can't. Oh, somebody figured it out. This person figured it out. It says Jessica stood 10 toes down for that girl, which was J7, right? Adamantly. The second that Machado started catching grief, she dumped her cold on the air, even called J7 to yell at her. Says it all. Yeah, we played that one earlier. Like, yeah, it does say it all. Then she realized she was losing $300 to $500 a month and that the cult was turning on her, so she needed her back. Wait, what? See, I don't have a, God damn it, I don't have a Pizza Hut. Venmo's offering a free medium pizza from Pizza Hut if you use them during checkout. What the fuck? I need a Pizza Hut, man. I would love, listen, you have no idea. I would love the nostalgia of Pizza Hut, okay? I haven't had Pizza Hut in probably a decade or more, for that matter. Good old Pizza Hut, oof, sounds so good. Pizza in general sounds good, just saying. I mean, who doesn't like pizza, you know? I mean, to be fair, my husband likes pizza, but all the cheese, you know, he doesn't like to take those lactate pills. And my little, I just don't give her the options. I don't feel like she's too little for that kind of stuff. But who doesn't like pizza? Unless you're lactose intolerant, who doesn't like pizza? Freaking love pizza. Pizza's amazing. I would love, you know what I want? One of those stuffed crust pizzas from Pizza Hut. You guys remember that when they first came out with stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut? Oh, the pan pizzas from Pizza Hut. So good. So good. So freaking good. We need a Pizza Hut where I lived it. Like, what gives? Can we get a Pizza Hut, man? Oh my God, someone said this is one of the many reasons why the Republicans will never win over Massachusetts. The Somerset Republican Town Committee should be ashamed of its chair, Jessica Machado, and it is a racist and shining example of their values. That person's not wrong. Yeah, me too, girl. Because of course that's where I grew up. So like the last one I knew of was in Quincy, and that one's been gone for a long ass time. A long ass time. But that's the last one I went to. Was that exact one. I've lived in that area in years, but that was the last one that I went to. It's got to be more than a decade. I feel like it has to be more than yeah, because me and my husband have been together 12 years. I don't think we've ever had Pizza Hut. So it is not fair. I think we should start a protest. We need Pizza Hut. I don't have a Little Caesars either. I think the closest Little Caesars is Rhode Island, Fall River, maybe somewhere around there. The closest Sonic is in Somerset with Ethel, right? You know, I don't know. Let's see. I was trying to find a clip from this morning where she was like, yeah, that one's been gone for a long time. Some of these people who are like, you are amazing, Jess Machado. I'm like, oh, these poor people. Yes, this was true. I think Jess Machado will be a little disappointed that a politician she trashed this morning has already been sent several emails giving him a heads up. Absolutely. Yes, near the Ford River Bridge, right near Dairy Queen. Right near, so you can go get your Pizza Hut and then boom, Dairy Queen, then over the bridge to Weymouth, you can all go. Oh my God, yes, I forgot about those. Let's see, can you send them my way? Can you send them my way, goddammit? That's the last one I went to too. You guys know I love my breadsticks though. Listen, the crazy bread from Caesars, okay, it's good, all right? But the breadsticks I used to get from Pizza Hut, so good, so good, so good. Amazing. National treasure. I can't. I'm fucking laughing. There's people saying she's a national treasure. I can't. It's hilarious. I can't. Oh, okay. Hold on. There's another one of the cultists going after her. Let's see. Oh boy. So is Emily like not? Oh yeah, stuffed crust. Is Emily C like not a fan now? You know, of Ethel or this Lauren Katie girl? Isn't this the one who keeps going after Meredith? I think she is. I absolutely think she is. Yep. Mm-hmm. So now she doesn't like Ethel either. Got it. Little Caesars is good. Listen, they have like a whole setup for like pizzas that they'll make that are like available hot for like $6 or something. Like, and they're pretty good. Pretty good. Stay far, far away from Jessica Machado. Yeah, no shocker. I love the Burger Baker having an absolute meltdown. You're a human being.
sorry I did this. I'm sorry I did this. I'm sorry I did this. I'm retracting all of it.
Never not
I'm
funny.
retracting all of the shit I said about you, Baker, because I don't know shit about you, because I'm a fucking shitty person who just make up lies, because I cannot do anything on my own. I just need drama because I'm so sad and pathetic. I can't do shit on my own. Don't do investigative journalism. Remember when you wanted to be an investigative journalist like Aiden? Oh, then you wanted to be the Dr. Phil of the internet. Then you wanted to be the whatever shit you would try to be.
Now you guys are making me hungry.
You know what you've never been? Good at anything other than making fucking drama by burning bridges with everyone around you.
As if he doesn't
you don't know what you're talking
it's
about.
Amazing.
How are you in drama with everyone? How can you have drama with everyone? Why are you sharing DMs? Only coward shares DMs. Because it makes you money. Be honest about it. Just be honest. You're a fucking grifting piece of shit who will use anyone to make the next dollar.
So is
you don't care. Tomorrow, if it's your husband you have to put under the bridge, as long as you get paid. If it's Aiden, you're going to put under the bridge. If it's Karen Reed.
I love how pot meet kettle. Kettle meet pot. Like, it's wild to me, the lack of self-awareness some of these fucking assholes have.
If it's whoever, you will burn another person. Well, tomorrow I'm going to be the topic where you're going to sit and cry and be the victim. You fucking coward. You fucking coward. The only DM you ever sent me was, can you confirm that you shit talk me? I'll confirm it. You're a fucking loser.
Who says that?
But why did you care? I never said it publicly. Are you really that thin-skinned? Are you really that fucking thin-skinned?
You're clearly angry, sir. You're very angry. Why are you so mad? I'm going to pull an Aiden. Why are you so angry? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? That's all Aiden can say to people. Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? Why are you so mad? Also, here's an excerpt from the defamation case here. Well, I think it's the defamation case. I believe it's the defamation case. He is talking about himself too. That's the amazing part. Is like, and the rest of them. It's so rich coming from these people. Yeah, it could be any of them. It could be any of them. Thank you. Mostly Juice. Nice to see you. It literally could be any of them he's describing. So this one says, further, on May 19th, 2026, Colin's counsel learned that Colin had applied to enlist in the United States Army, and on May 20th, Colin's application was approved. As a result of his enlistment, Colin was ordered to report to basic training outside of Massachusetts on June 2nd. On the same day, May 20th, Colin's counsel informed Reed's counsel that if they intended to reschedule Colin's deposition after canceling it, Colin would have limited availability and offered the only dates on which Colin would be available before this extended absence beyond the close of fact discovery. Reed's counsel declined those dates, despite having 10 attorneys capable of taking his deposition, and the fact that Reed was supposedly ready to take his deposition on April 29th before she canceled it. Instead, Reed, without indicating whether any of her other 9 counsel were available to take Colin's deposition prior to June 2nd, demanded that Colin, a third party in this lawsuit, sit for a deposition on dates he said he would be unavailable. Then on May 22nd, 2026, Colin received a deposition subpoena from the plaintiff's counsel after the plaintiff's counsel learned of Colin's limited availability, scheduling his deposition for May 29th. All counsel to this action, except Reed, attended Colin's deposition that day. Okay, he did it. Okay, he literally did the deposition, as I told you guys. Okay, and they didn't show up. Compounding these issues, on June 3rd, Reed's counsel falsely told this court, without Colin's counsel present, that Colin had refused to appear for the deposition, which simply didn't fucking happen, right? So they scheduled it. His deposition happened. They didn't show up, and that was after they had already canceled one. So this false narrative of he refused to appear simply isn't true, as I told you guys before. And I don't know what these lawyers are getting out of just lying. It doesn't make it like, you're not helping yourself. You know what I mean? None of them are helping them. They're going to sit there and lie about shit that's clearly like, it's all memorialized in emails and fucking the back and forth of like, why say something so wild? Especially, listen, if you have 10 attorneys, you're telling them not one's capable of taking the deposition on the day he's available before he leaves. Like, that's just nonsense. We all know that that's nonsense. You make yourself available. 1 of 10 attorneys could have done it. Never mind the fact that he was sitting in the same building that the attorney worked in. You're in the same building, multiple attorneys working, but none of them can show up for a deposition. They just magically didn't show up. Like, come on. I see your comments. Which guy? That was the Brokeback Baker. I do need a whiteboard. I put one on my wish list. I do need one. I need them for like court dates, for this kind of shit. Like, you know, we could scratch them off one by one in that aspect. I don't know. I don't know why you're right about that. She did say that. She was like, drama, more money, drama, more views. I love drama. Drama's great. You know? That is when she went out. I mean, what did Ethel think was going to happen? Really? I don't know what she thought was going to happen exactly. You know? I don't get it. She kept saying drama sells. Yeah. Until it doesn't. Until it fucking doesn't. You know? Yeah, no, I don't think they're surprised at all. I think they're just mad because it's against them. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was going to say it's probably the only time she's been honest, you know, ever in her life. You're welcome. Just wild. You know what I mean? Wild. Fucking wild to me. I can't. I fucking can't. So, yeah, she blamed so many people this morning. It was wild. She blamed her, oh, wait, here it is. Hold on. Oh, Will put it up? That's interesting. That's quite fucking interesting. This is a picture of her butt a while ago. And someone was like, yeah, fucking over a decade ago. Like, why are you putting that up there, bro? Just saying, like, let's be honest. Like, you know, Aiden doesn't like when you do that. He doesn't like that I used to be a dancer, okay? Messica, you should know this, all right? You should know this. My battery is low. Hold on. Switching headphones. Battery low. Battery low. Thank you for screaming in my ear that battery is low. Duly fucking noted. Like, who does that? From 2005? Bro, I could give you stripper pictures from 2005, right? Like, I'm tiny. Plenty of those. I have them from way closer in dates than 2005, but holy fuck. Like, holy fuck. Why would you put that on there? Like, that's fucking 21 years ago, dude. Like, what is wrong with you? I can't. Oh, he's got plenty of enablers for sure, you know? No worries, my friend. Smuggling grapes. Maybe. Listen, I got a big ass, all right? I've always had a very large ass, even when I had tiny waist for some reason. Like, hips and ass run in my family. They just do. Here's a clip. I think this is from this morning.
On there last night and listening to him not saying nice things about me. I was just like, hey, man, what in 100 views is going on in here? And
Oh, that's so funny. What in the 100 views is happening? Whoa. Ethel, stop it. Most people don't have to lie to their audiences, and we don't also measure our worth in views. I don't measure my self-worth in views. I would hope that other people would not either. Hold on. Why am I getting so many of those spam text messages from, like, you know, brands? Like 20% off. Like, great. I don't, like, why? Just fucking why? 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 Hold on. Just opening all of these so that I know that I opened them. Yeah, the butt shot. All right, ready? Here we go.
he got even more mad. Some people like want to just be like, where do you get off having this confidence in ambition? I don't know. Beats me.
There's a very big difference between having confidence, right, and being so insecure that you're pretending that you have confidence. Okay? It's not confidence. It's pretend. It's insecurity. And it shines through from anyone who was ever insecure ever in their lives. Listen, I was once a very insecure little girl because I was dealing with a lot of emotion from abuse, and I needed to, like, refine myself after, like, exposing all of that in therapy. And I had to, like, re-seek myself in thankfully I did it very young. But I know what fake confidence looks like in insecurity, and it is not real confidence. It's fake confidence and high insecurity.
Beats me. I was raised by an animal who told me I was fat and worthless. And instead of believing it, I just pretend that I'm the opposite of that.
There it is right there. I pretend that I'm the opposite of that. Again, that's so if you grew up with someone who constantly said you're fat and worthless, you think that did nothing, right? Like you can't just pretend. That's the thing. Pretending is fake. It's fake confidence. It's insecurity. It's confidence. It's insecurity masked as fake confidence, darling. You should see a therapist. You should see a therapist, darling.
You know what? Take it up with Greg. Okay? If you people all have a problem with how I act, go take it up with my stepfather.
Yeah, don't take it up with the person acting that way. Definitely take it up on everyone else. It's everyone else's. Sound familiar to anyone? This is like the cult mantra. Don't blame me. Don't blame me for my own fucking bad behavior, folks. Blame everyone else in my life because I can't pick the pieces up. Like, is this for real? Like, is this for real? Like, blame everyone else but myself for my own behavior. Like, dude, do you realize what you say out loud? Or like, you don't think it through, do you?
Go confront him and be like, why the fuck do you do this to this bitch? Because now she's insufferable. Take it up with Greg.
You're insufferable, all right.
Me getting on there last night and listening to him not saying nice things about me. I was just like, hey, man, what in 100 views is going on in here? And got even more mad. Some people want to just be like, where do you get off having this confidence in ambition? I don't know.
No idea.
Beats me. I was raised by an animal who told me I was fat and worthless. And instead of believing it, I just pretend that I'm the opposite of that. You know what? Take it up with Greg. Okay? If you people all have a problem with how I act, go take it up with my stepfather.
Sure.
Go confront him and be like, why the fuck do you do this to this bitch? Because now she's insufferable. Take it up with Greg.
I can't.
Me getting on there last.
The age limit for most of this shit is way fucking past. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? How old are we? Now, mind you, I'm a hell of a lot younger than she is. I'm 39. She's 50, 51, somewhere around there. Like, bro, I could blame a lot of things on the abuse that I suffered as a child and into a young adulthood. I could blame the foster care system. I could blame my SA abuser as a child. I could blame my DV abuser as a young adult. I could blame a lot of fucking people for a lot of damage that they did to my life. But instead of blaming them, I fucking picked up the pieces, regardless of how many goddamn pieces there were, and there were fucking a lot of them. I picked up the pieces, put them in a fucking bag, and I had to sift through them one by one to put the puzzle back together. Fuck, I might still be missing a few goddamn pieces, but at least I try, right? I go to therapy every week because I have PTSD, right? I have health issues that just get worse as time goes on in my young age of 39. So that takes its toll. Then I have to deal with constant fucking death threats and harassment from a cult because I refuse to shut up and go away because there are many more victims who can't speak publicly. I picked the pieces up, Jess. Be a big girl. Looks like you got your duntanas on. So maybe, just maybe, time to be a big fucking girl. And stop blaming everyone else but yourself. Lisa said it. I didn't even have to. I just looked down at the comments. Lisa said there's a time where you have to accept that you need therapy so you can get past what happened to you. You have to want that, though. Unfortunately, people encourage her behavior, so she doesn't even see that it's not normal. There's a huge difference between confidence and delusion. Someone said she has borderline personality disorder. I believe that with all my being. Nothing is her fault, and she's never wrong. No, she's never wrong. Okay? She's never wrong. Remember, it's never wrong. Someone said she attacks or makes a colossal error, and instead of being an adult, with integrity opts to blame others for not giving me all the info. Blames Greg, blames Lucas, blames her mother, whose home she moved into with her 3 kids and husband, Jeff's ex, and on and on. I see you. Yeah, well, sometimes you just got to figure it out regardless of, quote, whose fault you think it is. Like, come the fuck on. I can't. You know? I can't. Ridiculous. Listen, I have, like, whose fucking husband is sleeping on the goddamn couch? Like, that's just weird to me. Like, listen, I get it. Snoring sometimes will do it. Okay. Some people do not love snoring of their partner, which I understand. I understand it. I get it. But to me, it's really weird. It's really weird that he would always be sleeping. Like, I don't think my husband's like, I could not do that. Could not fucking do that. You know? There comes a time we have to healthy parent ourselves. I was 23 years old and walked in on my 5-month-old infant was dead. Stop it already. No wonder she cannot keep a job. Fun fact, my youngest is my rainbow baby. So believe me, I feel that pain as well. You know, not something I usually talk about, but like one mother to another, that pain is real and no one should have to go through it, right? No one. Yeah, I mean, earplugs, that's an option. That's an option. Listen, most people live with pain of some sort of kind, some trauma of some sort or kind. You figure out how to figure it out, essentially, right? You don't then blame everyone else on planet Earth for why you're fucking an insufferable human being. Oh, look at guys. You guys are going to love this. Remember that girl she didn't know and was duped by? Now that she has called and apologized, you know, because everyone else has turned on her, she got her piggy bank back, right? J7 had sent 50 Just Machado Show memberships. Like, that's sad. It's essentially you're using someone for their money. Like, that's what you're doing at that point, you know? Like, you called and apologized because you were losing like $3 to $5 or more $100 a month, and everyone else turned because it's the cult and that's what they do, and we told you so. And so you had to run to the person who you said duped you and did not tell you the truth, or maybe that's what it was, and you called and screamed at her on the phone even, but you know, totally normal for this to happen. Like, I can't. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot. You can't make it up. Couldn't fucking make it up if you tried, folks. Okay? Cannot fucking make it up. What is this? What? I can't. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Here's the tornado from Illinois, guys. This thing is fucking insane. That thing is wild. Just spinning and spinning and spinning. Like, all my love and healing vibes go to anybody who had to deal with this. This is unacceptable. Mother Nature's a bitch, and she does some serious fucking damage. And it tore clearly through these areas. Yeah, they scare the shit out of me too. Because you can't stop Mother Nature. You cannot. I mean, look at that thing. That thing is massive. And it's just eating houses right now, right? It's one thing when it's in a field. See the field area there? Like, if it just spun out in that field, it'd be one thing. And that thing is in the middle of a residential area just fucking eating houses right now. And you just, like, never know when, you know, you might have minutes to hide or get to a area that's safe or safer, or you might have to just hunker down and hope that a house doesn't crush you. I don't even know why that person stopped. I would not be fucking stopping. I'll tell you that much. I'd be getting the fuck out of there as fast as I could. Here's a lady from Midland Memorial Hospital from where that active shooter situation happened.
I was in the hospital at the time when some of the victims came through. I was just visiting, and I quickly went into a safe area and stayed there for about an hour and a half until the lockdown was lifted.
And what was going on that time when you were in that safe area? Did you happen to get any information as to what was happening, what was going on, why you all had to be somewhere in the hospital
Yeah,
and
this
not
was today,
actively
this
walking
morning.
out and about?
My understanding is that the whereabouts of the shooter were not entirely known at the time. And we also wanted to stay out of the way of the essential hospital staff that needed to take care of patients.
What is the, or what was, if you are still at the hospital, I'm not sure. Are you still at the hospital right now?
No, I'm not. I'm across the street.
And what was the atmosphere like? What was the vibe like when you were in there at the hospital, inside the hospital? Were you hearing from people as to a sense of fear or nervousness about what was going on?
No, I think everyone is very professional in the hospital, and they knew how to deal with the situation, and it was a sense of calm and professionalism that everyone displayed.
Have you been able to hear from anyone who was close by and saw this active shooter out and about in the beginning, I would say, of all of this unfolding? Have you heard from anyone who actually saw what happened?
No, I don't know anything. I was in the hospital, so which is about 1.5 miles to 2 miles away from the shooting site. So I was not aware of what was happening at the scene of the crime.
What's going through your mind right now? I know you said you left the hospital and you're just across from that location, but this is your community, I assume. What's going through your mind when you hear of an active shooter situation and 11 victims involved?
It makes me really scared that there are people walking around with guns who are, who can just kill you and kill anyone around you.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel really unsafe and very scared.
Yeah, it's awful.
I know you said you weren't close by. Did you happen to witness any casualties? I assume that first responders brought some of those victims into the hospital. Can you tell us more about that?
I did see some casualties come through. I'm not going to get into any details because I want to respect
of course.
the patient. But yes, I did see some casualties, and I think, it's I'm scared I'm sad for them and their families that they had to experience this.
And I mean, I know that's not something someone wants to see on a Friday or even any day at all. But as you saw those people being brought into the hospital, were you aware that there was an active shooter investigation happening all at the same time?
Yes. We were told. I was just visiting a family member who works at the hospital, and we were just on a morning walk. And we were told we couldn't leave because there was an active shooter. And so I'm also a healthcare worker, but I don't work at this hospital, and I know kind of the protocol. And so we just have to stay calm and
9 shot, 1 dead.
And hunker down and wait for it to end.
This was 2 hours ago, I believe.
And Jane, I know you said you don't want to go into too much details about those people that you saw, but do you have any information as to what state they were in without going into, again, a lot of identifying information?
The people that I saw were stable. Okay. They definitely, they had sustained some sort of injury from gunshot wounds, but they looked stable as far as I could tell. But I moved to a safe area prior to seeing any other victims.
Were they authorities, police officers, investigators out there in the hospital as well, helping you guys figure out where to go, where to hunker down at, and then even when they told you, okay, you're free to go at this point, what was, I guess, when were you able to leave the hospital? How long did that take from, hey, hunker down to you can go now?
About an hour and a half.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
And what was that
That's a
like?
lot.
I mean, you obviously were waiting to see if it was safe to leave the hospital, and you're not sure what's coming next, how long you might have had to hunker down for. What was that like in that moment, knowing there's something going on, there's a shooter out there? I mean, I'm not even sure if you knew at that point that one person had been killed, 11
That's
others
scary.
injured. What was that like at that point?
You know, there's definitely a sense of uncertainty, and I kind of to a certain extent, I kind of felt like being in the hospital was probably one of the safer places to be. So I felt like I actually texted. I live in the neighborhood of the hospital, and so I just texted a bunch of my neighbors and told them to stay home and stay safe. I was more concerned about their safety out on the streets. I was hoping that none of them were driving by the site, or none of them were near the shooting site, and I just wanted to. I was more nervous about the people outside the hospital than and hoping that they were safe and that none of them turned into any of the victims.
Well, because when you're in the I mean, that was it. But once you're in the hospital, like, you're in good hands, right? They do everything that they can do to save you, of course. Like, sad, but I'm glad that they're treating them. You know. Oh God. Is she fucking for real? Is complaining she doesn't have enough money? Wasn't she just given $5 grand?
Given
Real
unexpected
fucking
expense.
life, dude. I don't want to hear about unexpected expenses, bro. I get unexpected expenses, like real ones, every fucking day. Talk about unexpected. Like, she was just given $5 grand. Like, are we all right here?
Given an unexpected expense.
Is this real
That
life?
I think is going to be a little costly or whatever. And that was not in my budget for the month.
The audacity.
I can't even talk about it because as I'm saying it, somebody's literally going to be like, "Oh, Jess is talking about this." So this is fucking my real life. You were witnessing to it in real time, or whatever.
Okay.
Jeff wants to go
Nobody's
see
witnessing
Dave
anything.
Matthews this weekend at
At the
I
casino?
think it's on
At the casino?
Saturday at Great Woods.
At the casino, I knew it.
We were gonna go, and then I was like, I don't know if I want to go. But now Jeff wants to go, and he doesn't want to sit on the lawn. He wants actual seats.
Oh, you know, if that was my biggest problem, was like going to Dave Matthews at the casino that you frequent all the time. Like, damn, you know, like, that'd be a great, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, low cost or free things to do with my kids, not fucking how to get Dave Matthews tickets at the how could I guess it was at the fucking casino? I've not seen this clip before. Like, at the casino, right? You just got $5 grand, but it's not, you know, not, get the fuck out of here, bro.
The tickets are just way more money. And I was like, I would rather just save money for like a concert that I want to go to. And I just made the mistake of saying we have to pay for the fence and stuff. And Jeff got mad because his default emotion on this is it's these kids that did it.
What?
So,
didn't you just say Great Woods? Isn't that what you just said? Oh, is that what they're calling the Xfinity Center now? There's also a casino called Great Woods. They're now calling the Xfinity Center Great Woods? What? Why? Weird. I never heard that one before. I never heard called to that before, that's for sure. Not a shocker, though. She wants to go to he wants to go to, so he's mad and throwing a tanty, apparently.
Because his default emotion on this is it's these kids that did it. So, we have an unexpected.
It's his kids that did it. That did what? Not allowed him to go to a concert? Well, geez. You know, how dare you not enjoy yourself every weekend either at a fucking. Oh God, I can't. I literally. Jeff saw that $5,000 gift hit the account. Someone says, "Yeah, fucking exactly." Like, come on, dude. Like, stop it. I fucking can't. You can't make this shit up. You can't fucking make this shit up, bro. All right, I need to wrap this up because I'm starving like a hostage right now, and I need to go like figure out what I'm doing for dinner here. All right. Let me pull this down. All right. Listen, love your stinking faces. Yeah, right. Always about Jeff. Listen, my husband makes everything like about our kids, and it's never about me. It's never about him. It's about how we can do things as a family, really. Me and my husband never do something alone, ever. The one thing that we do alone every year is the Saco trip around the time of our it's literally usually the weekend after our anniversary, and that's like usually us like doing that because of our anniversary all at once, and like doing that one thing that we do as adults a year, one fucking thing a year, one. And I don't even think we're doing it this year because we just don't have the extra money to do it. Right? That, you know what I'm saying? Like, while we would love to be able to do these things, like sometimes you just can't do it, right? And them two take a lot of fucking trips, you know? Like, what? Like, what, bro? I would love for my problem to be that he doesn't want lawn seats. My husband would be perfectly happy with lawn seats on any sort of concert. Like, you know what I mean? Like, weird, fucking weird. I just don't think any of these people are grateful for anything, to be honest with you, but that's my fucking opinion, you know? All right, I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor. Hit the like button on your way out if you didn't already. Subscribe if you didn't already. I appreciate that. Everybody have a fantastic weekend. As we all know, I am not usually here on Saturdays, and I definitely need to take the day off, although I have contemplated a night show on a Saturday. I've talked to my husband first to see what he thinks, because he does work Sundays now. He has Saturday like day off, so if I was going to do anything, it would be night, it would be day. But I got to talk to him first, so I have no idea on that one yet. But nonetheless, if you're catching me on the restream, I'm sorry you missed us, but you can still watch it in all its glory. I love y'all, and I will see y'all soon. Obviously, any donation that comes in when I'm not live, if you're catching me on the restream, I just read on the next one. So I love y'all, and I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Bye.